annexure bundle, page 1A, 172. That's where we stopped yesterday.
Bundle is that?
It's the annexures to the witness statement. Is it file what? Yes, so if you are with the annexures to your witness statement, 1A, 172.
One A, 172.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I'm there,
Do you
Chairperson.
have it? Yes. Now, just to recall, this is the answering affidavit of Major General Boyson in the application brought by Mr. Bongani Mkhize for an interdict inter alia that he may not be killed by the police. Correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, in this section, he deals with another instance, which is the killing of Kopolo Tanduli and Nkosinathi Mthembu.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Was that one of the cases you looked into?
Indeed, Chairperson, it was one of the cases.
Now, at paragraph 34, what does he say?
Paragraph 34, it refers to add paragraph 32. Information was received that implicated Ntuli and Mthembu in taxi violence-related incidents. On 18 September 2008, as a result of that information, members of the South African Police Service attempted to arrest Ntuli and Mthembu. The police were fired upon and had to return fire. As a result of both Ntuli and Mthembu were killed.
Yes, if you can just stop there for now. Just to recap the description that he gives, which is it's in the course of arresting them that they are fired upon. Do you see that?
That is so, Chairperson.
Yes. And then they return fire because that's how they got killed. Is that correct?
That is what the paragraph says.
Yes. All right. Can you continue then?
Their firearms AZ-88 and CZ-75 were recovered from the scene. I accordingly deny the allegations contained in paragraph 32 to the extent that it differs from what I say herein.
Yes. Now, if you look at the actual paragraph that he is responding to, which is contained at paragraph 32, at file 1, the black file, on your right. File 1.
What page?
Page 60. Can you see paragraph 32 at the bottom?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Okay, so how is the incident described there by the applicant?
Paragraph 32, Kopolota Ntuli and Nkosinathi Mthembu. Kopolota Ntuli and Nkosinathi Mthembu, whose names were also on the list, were killed by members of the South African Police Service at Mandeni, whilst at Kopolota's fiancé's homestay, also under questionable circumstances. Prior to the killing of Kopolota and Mthembu, the attorney representing the association had offered to surrender any member of the association suspected of murder of Superintendent Khongo should they be sought. I annex here to Mark E, a letter dated 5 September 2008, and refer this Honorable Court specifically to paragraph 18 and 19 thereof. Despite this offer, the South African Police Service proceeded to shoot and kill two individuals, once again in circumstances that lead me to believe the correctness of the information referred to above. Once again, the police version is that they acted in self-defense.
Yes. So according to the allegation, they were killed at the house of the fiancé of Kopolo Tandul, Mr. Kopolo Tandul.
That is correct,
Yes.
Chairperson.
And it's one of the names that were given in the letter of the 5th of September 2008.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, if you then go back to General Boysen, who says actually we were trying to effect an arrest, and in the course of that we were shot at and shot back. Is that accurate?
That is very, very inaccurate.
Yes. Now, I want to take you then to the contents of the docket to do an analysis of this. So in your statement, this is the case of Mandini. If you can go back to your statement at paragraph 113. Oh, it's page 1-34. So why don't I-
I'm there, Chairperson.
Paragraph 113. Is that the same case, the case of Mandini, case 7609-2009, Nzameni Ntuli, Kopolota, and Nkosinathi Mthembu?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, based on what you say in those paragraphs, 113 to 119, what actually happened at this scene?
Chairperson, I deal with it from paragraph 115.
Yes.
I skip 113 that talks about the charges and 114 that talks about who the accused persons were.
Correct.
Now, 115, on 18 September 2008, the deceased were found lying in a house at Mandini after being shot at by the accused. It is alleged that Stoltz, accused 3, and Mostert, accused 4, discharged their firearms in self-defense against a purported attack with firearms launched by the deceased. The ballistic reconstruction indicates that they were shot whilst lying down. The firearms that were found placed close to their bodies could not match the cartridges on the scene. 118, the ballistic crime
So if you
scene-
could just stop there when you say the firearms recovered at the scene could not match the cartridges.
Yes.
So when General Boysen says we were trying to arrest them and they shot at us, how does that reconcile with that fact you've just mentioned?
Well, firearms were placed at that scene to create that threat impression that the deceased would have been posing a threat to their lives.
All right, carry on.
The ballistic crime scene reconstruction report dispels the notion or version that the prosecution team was wrong to conclude that the firearms, the aforesaid firearms, were planted. The 2 deceased members were members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association. I attach the forensic statements of Jacobus Style, marked as GSM 17.
Yes, now, thank you. If you just stop there, I want to take you through to GSM 17, which you will find at 1A 270. So you will find that at 1A 265.
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes, and the first few pages are just a CV up until 1A 271.
I am there, Chairperson.
And the actual analysis of the scene is at 1A271 under statement. Correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
Shouldn't you place on record what GSM 17 is?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you please explain what document are we looking at?
The document that I'm looking at is a forensic analysis report compiled by Jacobo Steil, who is a ballistic expert in the employ of the South African Police Service.
Yes. Was it a piece of evidence you had enlisted in the course of the prosecution?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And this specific report, had you considered it before?
Yes, we did. We did consider it in the analysis of the evidence.
Yes. And Mr. Steele, last week you testified, was also scheduled to be one of your witnesses.
That is one of the witnesses to be called in the trial if it had proceeded.
Yes. Well, the trial was going to proceed. There was no if about it. Wasn't that so?
Well, the if is it was derailed because the national director had more powers than we had.
Yes, now I understand. I'm saying when you say if it had proceeded, it's making it sound like you had doubts that it would proceed.
Not at all,
Yes.
no.
Okay. Thank you. If you then go to 1A271 under statement.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, under paragraph 6, he does a scene investigation and explains the layout of the house.
That is correct.
Yes. And attaches certain color pictures from paragraph 1A272.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And under paragraph 3 shows a bedroom. Well, you can tell us what we see there.
At
6.
Of the Madam Chair,
271.
no,
Scene investigation.
oh yes, it's under paragraph 6, and then these are sub-paras. Yes, Madam Chair, yes, sorry. These others are sub-paragraphs, so they should be 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, yes. I
That
see.
is correct.
And then paragraph 5, sub-paragraph 5, 1A273. Can you just read out that?
The one that starts with Miss Gabi.
Ms. Gabi, yes.
Miss Gabi handed me a fragment bullet that she retrieved from the carpet during the cleaning process.
And then can continue.
The bullet fragment is a 5.56 caliber bullet, which was damaged on the base section and could have created some shrapnel leaving the side of impact. See sketch impact mark B in the photographs below.
Yes, just to spend a second on that 5.56 caliber bullet. We looked at them last week, and what did we discover? Which firearms are they associated with?
5.56 are associated with high velocity rifles,
Yes.
such as an R5.
And who is the official user of an R5?
It's the South African Police Service members.
Yes. Now, then the same you see in a different spot in that same page, sub-paragraph 7.
Before you go to paragraph 7, shouldn't we go back to the answering affidavit where Major General Boysons refers to what appears to be the firearms that were used, if my recollection is correct, I can't remember which paragraph now. Let me look.
It's paragraph 34.
Yes,
Yes,
paragraph 34. May
Yes.
we go back there?
that's 1A 172.
170, indeed, indeed. Reference is made there, paragraph 34, to the firearms. If you look at the fourth line of that paragraph, the firearms AZ88 and AZCZ75. Do you know what kind of firearms those were?
The firearm Z88 is a pistol that is usually used by the South African Police Service, as well as a CZ75.
Yes. Are they linked to the 5.66 bullet, or it's called caliber bullet?
No, they are not. In my view, that bullet is used in a rifle,
Yes.
not in a pistol.
Yes. We call it a high velocity.
In a high velocity rifle.
Yes. Thank you. We see two more of these 5.56 caliber fired bullets at 1A273 subparagraph 7 at the bottom of that page. Can you read that out?
That is correct, Chairperson.
So just read that out.
Paragraph 6.7. There were two 5mm diameter holes in the curtain behind the bed at 1,9 and 2 meters from the ground, which is consistent with a 5.56 caliber fired bullet. These two gunshots broke the window and exited the room. See sketch plan trajectories 3 and 4.
Yes. Thank you. Now, if you skip those up and skip the following page to 1A275, now to look at the bodies themselves, we know the bullets that are recovered on the scene are the 5.56 high velocity bullets.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Then when the description of the wounds that are found on the deceased is at paragraph 8 under the heading post-mortem reports, starting with Johannes Nduli Mzamani. What does it say there?
Starting with the body of Kopolota.
Yes.
The post-mortem was conducted by Dr. NZ Kumalo in Eshowe. The deceased sustained multiple gunshot wounds and is the same individual as shown in the LCRC photo album as the deceased with the striped orange shirt.
Yes. Then the next paragraph.
Where are you reading from now?
Under paragraph 8, page 1A275, Madam Chair.
1A275.
275, yes. Paragraph 8.
Yes, thank you.
At the beginning, Chairperson, I said the deceased Mzameni Johannes Ntuli, death register 347/2008. Post-mortem was conducted by Dr. NZ Kumalo in Eshowe. The deceased sustained multiple gunshot wounds and is the same individual as shown in the LCRC photo album as the deceased with a striped orange shirt.
Yes, continue reading. The next paragraph is the most important.
The deceased sustained an entrance wound on the right back of the head with an associated exit wound above the left ear.
So if you just stop there, you remember that Major General Boyson said these people were being arrested when they were shot. It was in the course of effecting an arrest.
That is correct, Chief.
Now we see the description say he's actually shot in the back. How does that reconcile?
It is incompatible with somebody being arrested, because you expect when you arrest somebody to be facing you, not with your back towards you.
Yes. All right, carry on.
This wound is upward
This wound
right.
track. This
I'm sorry,
wound
Chairman?
track. There's a word you've skipped.
Oh, I'm sorry. This wound track is upward and right to left. There is a further entrance wound on the left upper back. This wound track appears to be forward towards the right.
So just stop there. Now this is the second bullet wound. The first one is in the head at the back. The second is on the back. Correct?
on the left upper back.
Yes.
Yes.
That's here. All right, carry on.
This wound track appears to be forward and to the right. There appears to be multiple exit wounds on the left front upper chest. There also appears to be an entrance wound in the left front upper chest. It seems the deceased sustained at least 3 gunshot wounds. There is no description of the appearance of the wounds. There is tremendous lack of information concerning the wound tracks and individual connections between entrance and exit wounds.
Yes, and then Mr. Mtembu is the next person that was killed in that scene in Mandeni
That is correct.
on that fateful night. What happened to him, according to the description here?
With regards to the body of Mr. Mtembu, the post-mortem was conducted by Dr. NZ Kumalo in Eshowe. The deceased sustained multiple gunshot wounds and is the same individual as shown in LCRC photo album, and the deceased with a white vest and a beige flannel jacket.
On the following page.
The deceased sustained 2 entrance wounds on the right upper chest. It appears that one had an upward trajectory and exited on the left back behind the neck. The second one exited on the right flank.
Then carry on.
There are further 3 entrance wounds underneath the right arm, whereby one exited on the left flank area. 2 deformed metal copper jacket bullets were retrieved from the armpit and the left upper arm, whereby the general trajectory is horizontal from right to left.
Yes, now, this is the thing with this one, is that there are 3 wounds under the right arm that seems that he was shot on the side.
That is correct.
And how are you shot on the side when you are trying to shoot at the police?
It just shows that it is incompatible with somebody who will be firing at the police, who will then be facing the police straight on.
Yes. So on this, one is shot at the back 3 times, the other is shot on the side 3 times, with both of them with high velocity bullets.
That is correct.
Now, we also have the pictures. Yes, thank you.
With regard to the shooting or the injury sustained on the right arm, you suggest that one cannot be shot on the right underarm if you are facing the police, correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
What if there were several police officers, some in the front, some on the left, some on the right? Is that not possible?
It is possible, Chair, if there are more than if there is more than one police officer that you are facing.
What is the
or that you're
position-
dealing with.
What is the position here?
Well, it is possible if the police are approaching from different directions, that one might be slightly on your right.
What is the position here? Were there no many police officers that approached this suspect?
Chairperson, it was in the house, so it would have been a confined space, and they would be coming from more or less a restricted same vicinity. I wouldn't have expected it to be people approaching from a distance apart from one another.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There is also a photo there at 1A 276 in the report of Mr. Stale of two deceased bodies. Well, let me not say deceased, lying down at the bottom of that page. Can you see it?
I can see that, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, they are described by reference to the clothes that they are wearing. So, Mr. Mtembu is described as wearing a white vest and a beige flannel jacket. So we can see in the photo 1A 276 that there is in fact a body there of someone with a beige jacket and a white shirt under the letter U, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
And then Mr. Kopolota Nduli is described as wearing a striped orange shirt. Now we can see there is someone, I would have called it red, but I understand those who call it orange. But it's a orange shirt with stripes.
That is correct, Chairperson.
With the letter C on them.
There are two letters, a C and an R. R towards the orange t-shirt, on top of the orange t-shirt.
Oh yes, you're correct. Yes, I didn't notice the R. Yes. Now, I'm just looking at the position in which they were found when they were photographed and asking myself, how on earth were these people posing a threat to the police if this is the position they were found at?
Well, the evidence at our disposal was their position dispelled the myth that they posed any danger towards the police.
Yes. And I'm also looking at the space itself. You said it was a confined space, that it was impossible that these police could have been coming from different angles because it was inside a house.
You can see it's inside
It's actually inside a bedroom.
the bedroom because there's a bed nearby, yes.
Yes. Yes, so the statement concludes at 1A 279. That's the statement of your expert. And then I just wanted to go back then to Mr. Boysen. Did he lie under oath here?
He definitely did.
Yes. Then I want to move on to the next incident that he describes. If you go back to Mr. Boysen's answering affidavit, which is in file 1, page 80.
When you say, did he lie under oath here, you are referring to his statement with regard to paragraph 34.
Yes, in the statement made at paragraph 34, page 8 of file 1, did he lie under oath there?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And then the next statement that he makes is at paragraph 35, which is the same page 80, but he's now describing the Mkhize incident. Again, all of it from personal knowledge. Because does he attach any affidavit from any of the shooters
Chairperson, you said paragraph 35.
Yes, both in 34 and 35. Does he attach any confirmatory affidavits from any of the shooters?
No, there are no.
Yes, so this is all from personal knowledge.
Yes.
Oh, shootist. Okay. Yes. Isn't there another operative word which is killers? Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Baloimer. Does he attach any confirmatory affidavit from the shootists?
No, Chairperson.
All right, thank you.
He doesn't.
So we can take it this is from personal knowledge.
That is correct.
He can come here and explain how he gained the personal knowledge.
That is correct.
Yes.
Chairperson.
Now, in paragraph 35, he deals with Mkhize. Now, this is the last of the 5 instances that he has personal knowledge of. What does he say there?
Paragraph 35.
Yes.
Of the people whose names are mentioned on the list.
No.
I'm
Mr.
reading-
Boysons.
I'm reading.
Paragraph 35, at paragraph 33.
The answering affidavit of Major General Boysons.
Yes, at page 80.
I am there, Chairperson.
Just read what he says.
At paragraph 33, Mkhize was arrested on 18 October 2008 in Pietermaritzburg. He was attending a funeral at the time. He was transported to Scottburg for questioning. After questioning, during which he agreed to effect a pointing out, he was again transported for that purpose. Whilst in the vehicle, he attempted to overcome the driver and was shot in the process. This was in self-defense. I accordingly deny the allegations contained in paragraph 33, where they are at odds with what I say here.
Yes. Now, that is a response to the allegations in that same document that you have, page 61.
That is correct, Chair.
Paragraph 30. Can you just read out what he is responding to? What they say, Mr. Mkhize says happened, Mr. Bongani Mkhize say happened to Mr. Duduza Mkhize.
He deals with it on paragraph 33. On Saturday, the 18th October 2008, Ndu Mkhize, who was a member of my association, was arrested at a funeral service at KwaMaphumulo by members of the South African Police Service. He was handcuffed and led away, and we later heard that he was killed. I annex here to Mark F a copy of the Daily Sun newspaper article wherein his death is being mentioned. Whilst Ndu Mkhize's name was not on the list mentioned by Moses Dlamini, I've been privy to information that he was also being sought for elimination by the police.
Yes, if you just stop there. The one thing about this is that this is a man that is handcuffed, that the last time the eyewitnesses say. Oh, he was reading at file 1, page 61, paragraph 33, the cross-examination bundle. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Perhaps let's just take one step back. It's in the same bundle at page 61, paragraph 33, and I'm Ndu Mkhize. Thank you. Perhaps you should just read
go
again.
over it.
Yes, the
Over it
entire
again.
paragraph. Yes.
Yes. Ndu Mkhize. On Saturday, 18 October 2008, Ndu Mkhize, who was a member of my association, was arrested at the funeral service at KwaMaphumulo by members of the South African Police Service. He was handcuffed and led away, and we later heard that he was killed. I annex here to marked F a copy of the Daily Sun newspaper article wherein his death is being mentioned. Whilst Ndu Mkhize's name was not on the list mentioned by Moses Dlamini, I have been privy to information that he was also being sought for elimination by police.
Yes. Now, this is a man, according to the eyewitnesses, he was last seen in handcuffs. Correct?
That is correct.
Yes. Now, how is a man in handcuffs a danger to the police?
Cannot be, because he has already been brought to under control by being handcuffed.
Yes. Now, if you then go back to that page 80 of that same bundle and look again at the version of Major General Boyson.
Now he deals with this paragraph 33 and his paragraph 35.
Yes, but the way he describes it, he agrees that the man was arrested, which would be the same as the eyewitnesses who saw him being handcuffed, but he doesn't deny that he was handcuffed. Do you see that?
No, he doesn't seem to dispute that he was handcuffed.
Yes. But then what he says happened is that after questioning, during which he agreed to effect a pointing out, he was again transported for that purpose. Whilst in the vehicle, he attempted to overcome the driver and was shot in the process. Now, even on his own version, this man never threatened to shoot the police.
That is so, Chairperson.
Didn't pull out a firearm, nothing.
He just talks about attempting to overcome the driver.
Yes. And it's because he was attempting to overcome the vehicle in front of him, according to his own version. And then they say he was shot in the process.
Self-defense, yes.
Yes. Now, how does this fit in with the self-defense?
It doesn't at all fit in with self-defense.
Yes. Yes. Because the next sentence, it says this was in self-defense.
Yes.
Yes.
It doesn't fit with self-defense at all.
Yes. Now, your statement takes us to your own statement, which is when it deals with this particular incident at 1/36, which is Umkomas. CAS 235/10/2008.
Is it 1-36?
Yes. Paragraph 120, if it makes it easier that way.
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes. And there you deal extensively with this incident. Can you just set it out in your own words?
On paragraph 120 deals with the charges, 121 with the accused. I deal with it on paragraph 122.
Yes, carry on.
On 18 October 2008, the deceased was found slumped with his body halfway out of the vehicle in the backseat of a Mazda Etude on the N2 freeway in the direction of Kwamakuta, and the deceased was handcuffed. The deceased was arrested in Pietermaritzburg on the day of the shooting on suspicion of involvement in the killing of Sup Kongo. The deceased was being transported by Nkabinde, accused 17, and Nico Kraus, accused 18, to Scottburg, where the deceased indicated his willingness to point out another suspect in the name of Nati Kumalo. Before the vehicle left Pietermaritzburg, the deceased, who had his hands cuffed behind his back, requested that his hands be cuffed in front, as it would be uncomfortable to sit in the vehicle with his hands cuffed behind his back. Kraus acquiesced to his request. When the vehicle left, Kraus was driving. Nkabinde was seated in the front passenger seat and the deceased was seated in the back. The police alleged that whilst en route, the deceased attempted to strangle Kraus with handcuffs by putting the handcuffs over Kraus' head from the back and pulling him against the seat with his cuffs on his throat, and that the deceased tried to disarm Kraus.
Yes, now if you can just stop here. We've just looked at the version of Major General Boysen, correct, who says that what happened is that he tried to overtake the car in front of him and that's why he was shot.
Yes.
Now, would the police give a different version about why he was shot, which is what you've just read?
Say again, Councillor.
I'm saying the police who shot him give a different version
Give a different version,
of
yes.
why he was shot.
Yes, yes.
Now, what do you make of that?
Their version on the when you compare it with the how it is described, it's their version is highly unlikely.
Yes, but I mean, it's either Major General Boysen is lying or the police are lying.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
Major General Boysen said that the deceased was trying to overcome the driver. Is that not consistent with that version?
Chairperson, it is it just overcome the driver.
Perhaps by doing exactly what is being described at 120, paragraph 126?
It could be, although he doesn't specifically say how the driver.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, yes.
But you are explaining it there.
Yes, yes.
This
Yes.
is what the police said.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, because when you're sitting at the back and you're cuffed and you try to get your cuffed hands over the seat to the driver and pull the driver towards, it could be a way of overcoming the driver from the back.
Yes, that's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
Yes.
Council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
As a follow-up, and I get what my sister is saying, and it makes sense. But what does not make sense to me is taking it further, because this person is cuffed, and as the description here is of someone trying to what do you call it, to overcome him by strangling him with the cuffs, which are both on his wrists. Now, what I do not understand is the latter part of line 4 at paragraph 126 that starts with throat, and that the deceased tried to disarm Kraus. Maybe my mind is not clear enough to imagine how he could possibly want to disarm him with his wrist handcuffed, and maybe let's say he succeeded to put them over Kraus' head. So how would he disarm him? If one would understand if the main aim was to have the car overturn or push it out of the road, because this is the driver that we're
That
talking
is correct,
about.
yes.
But disarming him, it's a bit confusing for me.
Whilst at the same time strangling him towards, pulling him towards the car. The two actions are not compatible at the same time, because you can't get your arms over the head and strangle the person towards the seat of the car, and at the same time, which hand are you going to use then to disarm, because now you are handcuffed.
Yes. Well, I think
Before that, Council, I'm sorry.
yes.
On the point made by my sister that the deceased tried to disarm Kraus, this is your statement.
That is correct.
From which statement did you deduct this averment?
From Chairperson, it was from what was explained to us in relation to the photographs that we saw. What was explained as how the scene unfolded as the vehicle was moving.
No, I suppose the question is, are these the statements in the docket
These
that
are the
was
statements
given?
in the
by-
docket,
yes,
yes.
that's really the question. Yeah.
Statements in the statements of witnesses in the dockets.
Do you remember whose statement?
Chairperson, it is a statement of because there was a driver and a passenger in the car, as well as the person who was with the deceased at the back. I cannot remember their names.
Okay.
Did Nkabinde make any statement? Did Nkabinde make any
Nkabinde also made a statement, yes.
Could it be from his statement?
It could be from him as well, yes.
Council, if you can maybe ask one of your juniors to look for those statements from which Advocate Maema summarized these averments. He was not there, so he must have taken this from somewhere.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair. There is one at UK 0039. Well, anyway, I won't repeat what Mr. I won't repeat what he said. Yes, I won't repeat what he said.
What is he saying? Council can repeat that. I see he's looking at me.
No, it says the panel should have its copies. So that's why I didn't want to repeat it. But if you insist I repeat it.
Junior Council, you are here to assist us. We are not here to make a case for you.
Madam Chair, there is UK 0040. UK. Sorry, no, that's not what it says. Yes, 0039.
UK 0039.
Oh, I see. Okay. Apparently, what had happened, an arrangement was made with one of the researchers.
We're crowded with so many. You can see behind us there's no space. Those dockets, copies of the dockets, are kept elsewhere in the venue, so they've gone to collect them for us. But we
Yes.
note that those statements may be in UK 0039. Advocate.
Or they've actually just been put on the screen.
It will be great.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I think I saw the allegations. If you go to page 0041. Well, firstly, whose statement is that? Let's just get that clear. Can you look at the beginning of the statement? Yes. Who's
This
that?
is a statement of Nico Kraus.
And who is he in relation to this incident?
He is one of the Ketomena.
No, but in relation to this incident.
He is the official who was
Was he not the driver?
Yes, he was the driver. I'm saying he was the official who was transporting the detainee.
Yes, thank you very much. And then the way he describes the incident is, you can just find that page. No, it's later. No, it's earlier. Okay, yeah. Yes, it starts with as we on page 0041. Yes, that paragraph that starts with as we approached.
As we approached Umini Ultra City northbound, the suspect suddenly grabbed me from behind and pulled me across to Inspector Nkabine's position. Whilst doing this, he was trying to remove my pistol from my chest, webbing holster. I held onto my firearm whilst trying to steer the vehicle. The vehicle started swerving all over the road, and I momentarily lost control of the vehicle. I was trying to hold my firearm and trying to pull free whilst trying to steer the vehicle to prevent us from leaving the road. During our struggle, Inspector Nkabinde was trying to assist me, and he and the suspect were shouting at each other in isiZulu. Inspector Nkabinde was also trying to free the suspect grip on me. Suddenly, there was a gunshot, and the suspect let go of his grip around my neck, and I managed to free myself and steer the vehicle away from going down an embankment and brought the vehicle to a stop. I jumped out of the vehicle and drew my firearm and shouted at the suspect to get out of the vehicle, but he did not respond. I opened the door and realized the suspect had been shot and was bleeding. Sup Nyuswa, who was following us, had also stopped and summoned an ambulance services and took control of the scene. The suspect died on the scene and was still handcuffed. I sustained injuries on my throat and neck. If Inspector Nkabinde did not fire and shoot the suspect, we would have overturned the official vehicle and either be seriously injured or killed. If the suspect had managed to remove my firearm from my chest webbing, he would have shot and killed Inspector Nkabinde and myself, and possibly the other members in the convoy. While the suspect was in my custody, he was not assaulted or threatened or influenced by members in my company. I reserve the right to add to my statement at any time. I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
Yes.
Conception, Captain and Kraus.
Thank you. Is that the summary you attempted to give in your statement?
That is correct, yes.
Now, do you know the picture tells 1,000 tales? In your statement, you refer to GSM 18, which is 1A 280.
1A. One 8280.
1A 280, yes, correct. The red marking should be GSM 18.
That is correct.
Now, what are we looking at there?
We're looking at the depiction of the vehicle in which they were traveling,
In which who was traveling?
in which the deceased as well as Nico Kraus was traveling.
Yes. Now, it says on the right the Umkomas, case 235/10/2008. Is this the same case?
This is the same case, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, that vehicle, I think it was described somewhere as is it a Mazda? Yes. In the statement by Nico Kraus, the statement you've just read.
That is correct.
Now, when you look at that vehicle, you see a deceased body coming out of the left side of the back, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Whose body is that?
That is the body of the deceased.
Yes. We then
Mr. Mkhize.
That is correct.
Mr. Mduduzi Mkhize. Then it's much clearer in the following page, 1A281. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And then in 1A282, he's now been taken out of the car, and we can see the cuffs.
On the arms, yes, Chairperson.
Now, what I couldn't follow with this and the explanation of the police is that the man appears to have been sitting on the left side of the car. If you look at 1A281,
That is correct, Chair.
as well as 1A280.
That is correct, Chair.
Now, I couldn't make any sense of a man sitting on the left side of the car, grabbing a driver on the right side of the car.
The right car of the car would actually be further than the front, which is just in front of it. So it would be more difficult and much more further to reach and get to the position of the driver when you are in a seated position on the left passenger side.
Yes.
A handcuffed man.
The handcuffed hands would find it more difficult to reach out at the driver.
Yes. And at the same time, I mean, he's sitting on the left, the driver is on the right. He's not only trying to strangulate, according to them, not only trying to strangulate the driver, he's also trying to take out a firearm from the driver.
That is correct.
But he's doing all of that from the left.
That sounds very, very impossible.
Yes. But what is also apparent at 1A281 is that he himself has already been handcuffed. I mean, what is the reason why a suspect is handcuffed?
To bring him under control and to restrict his movements.
Yes. So he is already under control,
Yes.
but they still shoot him.
That is just cruelty. It's they could have used other methods to restrain if there was any conduct of this nature, other than shooting.
Yes.
Maybe before you finish off on the question of the position at which the deceased seems to have been sitting, maybe at the time of shooting or so, looking at the picture and seeing that maybe let me ask the first question first. The first one is, do you agree that that person's head seems to be the only part of the body that is hanging
Outside the
outside?
vehicle.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Now, taking that into consideration and looking at the picture, can you conclusively say that this person was sitting on the left-hand side of the vehicle?
It appears not to be completely on the left-hand side, because when you look at the torso and just the head protruding, you can see that it is not completely on the left. It could be perhaps closer towards the center, but more towards the left.
Your conclusion is that this person could have been sitting on the center and more to the left.
That is correct.
And that would say, in your opinion, this person could not have been sitting on the right-hand side.
No,
of the
not
vehicle.
on the right hand side. at
Thank
all.
you.
That is correct.
Yes. Thank
Sorry,
you.
before you proceed, but maybe in all fairness to the deponent to the statement, Nico Kraus, at page, well, it's not, the paragraphs are not numbered. In the third page, the second paragraph, he states it clearly that the suspect, he gives you a picture of how they were sitting in the car. He said, I was the driver of the official motor vehicle, and then he gives the description, and Inspector Nkabinde was seated in the left front passenger seat with the suspect seated behind me. So I think if you can fly the picture again, I think to a large extent, it explains, if you look at next to his right shoulder, you will see the back of the other seat, meaning his torso, his buttocks are more on the other seat, and he has fallen onto the other seat. So it is possible that he was sitting behind the driver, and when he fell towards the left. Am I correct? Is my direction correct?
Yes. Yes. We hear.
Yeah. So I'm saying, in all fairness to the deponent of this affidavit, we should maybe assume in his favor, given that he says this person was sitting behind me. Thank you.
Yes. No, I think Mr. Maema, isn't that the point you were making, that that statement itself could be a falsehood?
That is correct, because if the person was completely behind the driver on the right hand side, I wouldn't have expected the head to protrude out of the car. The mere perhaps what quickly attract our attention as prosecutor was that the head is outside of the left side of the car. So we just immediately thought he was sitting on the left hand side, which is definitely not so. One can see the picture displays it much more. If one looks at the seat which is just in front of his torso, one can see that the back part is not behind the seat, but is more towards the seat of the driver.
Yes.
But what we did was when we see the torso protruding from the body, we just simply thought, well, he was sitting on the left hand side. But now that I see where the bum part of the torso is, I can see that he was not completely on the left hand side of the seat.
Yes. I mean, you addressed this when you were dealing with the question from Madam Ramachakha, that it could, at best for them, be somewhere towards the middle.
That is correct, yes.
But to say that was sitting behind the driver seems to be
a bit far-fetched.
Yes.
I may just come in here to say that question that I asked, or the series of questions that I asked, were informed by the position that appears to have been the position in which the deceased was lying prior to shooting. But I think it's a matter of evidence and it cannot be settled now in this questioning. It'll get settled later when the evidence is being evaluated. Otherwise, we'll be stuck on the question, yes. My understanding, your understanding, their understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
But let's test the correctness of this averment further. Because even assuming the statement of Mr. Krause is correct, the point made by Major General Boyson is that these people acted in self-defense. Now we have 2 police officers in the vehicle.
That is correct.
Both are armed.
That is correct, Chair.
They are transporting a handcuffed man who is sitting at the back of the motor vehicle.
That is correct, Chair.
The allegation is that this passenger was trying to overcome the driver in the presence of a police officer sitting in the same car, armed. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
How possible is it that this handcuffed passenger sitting at the back could have attacked 2 police officers who were armed in the vehicle and they acted in self-defense? Because remember,
yes,
there is no allegation that this passenger was armed. Am I correct?
The handcuffed man?
Yes.
No.
So the question of the police officers having acted in self-defense, as Major General Boyson seems to suggest, is devoid of credence. Am I correct?
Indeed, Chairperson, it is devoid of any truth, yes.
That is, apart from what Mr. Krause says, but
yes,
if you just look at the entirety of these averments.
And the probabilities, Chairperson.
Yes.
A man who is restrained, who's at the back, in the presence of 2 police officers, what are the chances that he would take his chances? Let's say the driver's focus would be on the driving, but here's a passenger of the driver armed. What are the probabilities that he would take a chance like that? My view is it is highly unlikely that he would take that chance, considering that it's Ketomena police who are armed that are transporting him.
Well,
You earlier on said that in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, Section 49, you said
Yes, Chairperson.
the police officers can, in circumstances where they have to act in self-defense, they are protected by the law in that regard.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And according to you, that provision would not cover the police here, as you have described.
No, it did not cover the police.
And that takes us back to the answering affidavit of Major General Boysons, where he referred to the provision, to the Constitution and the Criminal Procedure Act,
That is so, Chairperson.
seeking to suggest, as he did, that the law does empower them to act in the manner they did. You remember when you spoke about that paragraph of his statement?
That is correct, Chairperson.
What do you say about that again?
Chairperson, it's generalization on the part of Major General Boyden, because when one looks specifically at the facts, it is clear that the police were not under any attack that had to be thwarted. Is it the right way? Yes. That had to be averted. The man was already restricted because he was handcuffed. So even if you would take whatever steps to bring the car to a standstill, it is two of them, and they would have had ample opportunity to restrain the man.
Yes, for the record, is that paragraph 5 of the answering affidavit at 1A dash 162, where he seems to rely on the Constitution and the Criminal Procedure Act. Just for the record. You may proceed, Counsel.
May I just make a follow-up to clarify some issues?
Mr. Maema.
Advocate Maema.
My attention was just back to
Yeah.
paragraph 5.
Yeah.
My apologies, I was
No,
distracted.
that's fine.
I'm back.
That's okay. Thank you. You're back. Now, I just need to clarify the purpose of the series of questions that I have asked about the probable sitting position of the deceased. Now, that question is not meant to quarrel with the question whether the deceased could have attacked the police officers or not. Do you understand?
I follow, Chairperson.
The purpose is, the sole purpose is just to establish as to whether can we conclude that the deceased was sitting on the left-hand side or more to the left-hand side or the center of the back seat or not. So that question is not meant to propagate for a suggestion that it was possible for the deceased to attack the police.
I follow. I follow Chairperson. It's merely just to look at the sitting position
That is correct.
Without-
that is the sole purpose. Yes.
without taking one to the front.
Thank
just
you.
focusing on the rear seat.
Yes, thank
I
you.
follow Chairperson. Thank
Right, thank you, Chair.
May I proceed, Council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was still at... Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we were still at 1A282, and it's relevant now in the light of the questions that were raised by the Chair around the parameters of Section 149 of Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act, subsection 2. This question about the execution of a captured suspect who is handcuffed and is unarmed. And look at that body of Mr. Kiza, where it is plain that he is handcuffed. It's common cause he was unarmed.
That is correct.
And it's common cause that there were 2 armed policemen inside the vehicle, regardless of his sitting position.
That is correct.
How do you contextualize that in the light of the provisions of Section 49, subsection 2 of the Criminal Procedure Act?
Consider that he was handcuffed. Movement restraint. My Section 49, in my view, does not even come into picture, because it is highly unlikely that a man restrained in the manner that he appears to be would attack or would initiate an attack against 2 armed Ketomena police.
Would Section 49 provide justification for this killing?
No, not at all.
Yes, and if it doesn't provide justification for this killing, what does that make of the killing?
It makes it unlawful, unjustifiable.
And therefore?
Therefore, it's a criminal offense to kill somebody in a position of the deceased.
And the police could be charged with murder?
Perfectly.
Yes. Thank you. So that takes care of all of Mr. General Boyson's purported defenses of the 5 executed members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association.
That is correct.
I want to move on then.
Before you, just to take that point to its logical conclusion, Council, does indeed then follows that, as you say, they ought to have been charged. Were
That is
they
correct.
not charged?
They ought to have been charged. We charged them, but those charges were...
They were charged.
yes.
That's the point that Council is saying, that
Yes.
it constitutes murder, then they ought to have been charged. I'm saying to you, were they not charged? They were charged.
They were charged, but the national director held the view that there was insufficient evidence to charge anyone.
No, Mr. Maema. That point about insufficient evidence has been dealt with thoroughly in these proceedings. The charge
yes.
against Mr. Chauke is that there was no evidence.
Oh, yes.
Now, could I then move to the next? Madam Chair,
Before you
Was there? What has happened to those charges? Have they been withdrawn? Was there a nolle prosequi by the NPA, if you know?
The NPA has decided not to charge anyone from any of these incidents.
No, you have just told us that they were charged. Now the question is, were the charges either withdrawn or was there a nolle prosequi certificate in relation to those matters?
The charges were preferred by the prosecution team. The national director then in 2019 said, withdraw all of these charges. So the charges were withdrawn on the instructions of Advocate Shamila Batoy.
Now that the charges were withdrawn and this evidence seems to suggest that there was evidence
That is
to
correct.
proceed
Yes.
with the charges. In a situation like that, can the charges be reinstated?
The charges can be reinstated. It makes that decision to direct that the charges be withdrawn unjustifiable and unlawful.
Look, there are families who have lost their loved ones.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And up to now, they are still waiting
Still waiting for justice.
for justice to be dispensed. If the charges are to be reinstated because they are still lingering,
Yes, Chairperson.
they were merely withdrawn,
That is correct.
who should be reinstating those charges? At least in the light of this evidence, or who should consider reinstating the charges?
Chairperson, the ball is in the hand of the Director of Prosecutions, who is in charge of prosecutions in KZN. She is the one that should consider the evidence and reinstate these charges.
Remember, these are racketeering charges, if my recollection is correct.
Chairperson, when one looks at the...
Wait a minute.
My apologies.
Yes, please. You remember the charges against Major General Boysons and others?
That is correct, Chairperson.
They are the poker charges.
21E and 21F.
Am I right?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, given the fact that those charges were withdrawn, and it appears that there is evidence for the charges to be reinstated, you say that the DPP KZN should then consider reinstating those charges. Did you say that?
Irrespective of the racketeering
No,
charges...
did you say that?
No, I was focusing on the predicate, the murder of Ndum Kize. Because the murder of Ndum Kize is a predicate offense, not a racketeering offense.
How do you separate that from the racketeering charges?
Chairperson, if the decision of Advocate Batoy would be correct to withdraw the racketeering charges, which I submit is not, then it would be... Remember, when she withdrew the racketeering charges, she then referred the predicate offenses to the local DPP in KZN to consider the predicate offenses. If her decision to withdraw the racketeering charges was correct, which I doubt, they are incorrect in my view, then the decision of the...
Repeat yourself, please.
If the decision of the national director to withdraw the racketeering charges, 21E and 21F, is correct, which I do not agree with, then the referral of the predicate offenses, the killing of Ndu Mkize, to the DPP would then have to be reinstated by the DPP. But if one would consider the incorrectness of even the racketeering charges, then the NDPP would be functus officio. It would be for this commission then to direct that the charges be be to direct the national director that the charges be, that reinstitution of the charges be considered. In the light of the assessment of the commission that there is evidence linking the accused persons.
Let's not go to whether the NDPP's decision is correct or not correct.
Yes, Chair.
These charges were framed under the facts flowing from the racketeering charges.
That is correct, Chair.
Hence my question, how do you then separate the predicate charges from the racketeering charges in these circumstances? Let's forget about whether the NDPP was correct or not correct. My question was, in those circumstances, this predicate offense of murdering or killing Mr. Mkhize, if this charge was to be reinstated, who is supposed to reinstate those charges in the light of what I've said?
The national director, Chairperson.
The national director.
That is correct.
And as we speak now, the national director is Advocate Mutibi.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you.
Chair, I had can I proceed, given that we are 5 minutes into the tea break?
My sisters will ask you further questions. Maybe we should take a tea break now. Yes. Advocate Nkcukaitobi, we should all take a break.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Stretch our legs. Let's take a tea break for 30 minutes. Do we take a break for 30 minutes or 15 minutes? Will it be quick? Council? Council, you are standing up already. Are you rushing for tea? We have not stood up.
Madam Chair, I find from experience that when it says 15, it's usually about 25. So we might as well take 30.
Yes, thank you, Advocate Maema. You are still under oath, and we'll take a tea break. Advocate Maema for 30 minutes. Thank you. We adjourn. Good day, everyone. Good day, Dr. Maema.
Good day, Chairperson.
Good day, Dr. Chauke. Good day, Dr. Nkabinde.
Good day, Chairperson.
We missed you this morning.
I know. I shall oblige.
You only come when we eat.
I've got to pay for my savings.
Yes. And Advocate Maema, you are still under oath.
That is correct, Chairperson.
You may proceed, Advocate Ngcukaitobi.
Thank you.
When we paused, my sisters were going to ask you some questions.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Advocate Malloy.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Maema, given your answer that Section 49(2) of the CPA does not cushion the police officers, specifically the two that dealt with Mr. Mkhize, in your preparation for trial as a prosecutor there, can you tell us whether the ICD or the IPID got involved and what did they do? And if they did something, is there a report? And if there is a report, what does it say about the death of Mr. Mkhize?
I'm trying to think. Was there a report in relation to this incident from the ICD? Chairperson, I do not remember. I do not remember the seeing a report of the ICD in respect of this incident. Kopolota Ntuli and Dum Mkhize, I do not remember it. There are a number of incidents, and it is a while ago, more than 10 years ago. But from memory, I cannot remember if I saw that report.
But we can accept that because the death of Mr. Mkhize was caused by
the police.
Then ICD or IP should have been involved.
Should have been involved, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Advocate Maema.
I'm all yours, Chairperson.
Yeah,
My
no, that's
attention
fine.
is all yours.
The questions that I'd like to ask you for now relate to the reviewing powers of the NDPP. If you know, you'll give me an answer, and if you do not know, you'll still give us an answer that I do not know.
I follow, Chairperson.
Right, thank you. And maybe let me just give you a background. This question I'm asking because we are told that Advocate Abrahams had issued the certificates, the racketeering certificates.
Afresh in...
Yes, arising from the information that was at his disposal.
That is correct.
More so that the judge of review had actually indicated that should new information
Emerge.
come to light,
Yes.
they could institute that. Now, and we also know it is on record that subsequent thereto, Advocate Batohi was appointed, and she then reviewed the decision of Advocate Abrahams. right?
That is correct, Chair.
Now, do you know, because Advocate Batohi and Advocate Abraham Sue are equals
On the same level.
on
that
the
is correct.
same level. Do you know whether Advocate Batohi had the power to review of her own accord without even the involvement of the court? Yeah, that's right. Do you know whether she had the power and actually the right to review the decision of her predecessor?
Chairperson, in my respectful submission, I would say she doesn't have automatic review powers without having received a representation either from an accused person, either from the family. There must be a representation from someone for her to exercise her review powers. But Mero Modu, to review the decision of your own predecessor, it is contrary to the law.
That actually amounts to reviewing your own
decision is an overreach,
Okay.
in my view.
And according to your knowledge, between the time when Advocate Abrahams issued the certificates and the time when Advocate Batohi reviewed his decision, had there been any new information that came to the fore?
No, there was no new information that came to the fore.
I know I may be asking for too much, but at the same time, I'm asking you this question because you are a lawyer. Now, in your view, is that review that was undertaken by Advocate Batohi, is it valid or is it void ab initio?
The latter, Chairperson, it is invalid, it is void ab initio.
Thank you. Thank you.
Proceed, Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would Advocate Mutibi be bound by a decision which is a nullity?
Not at all.
So it's open for him to just consider this entire matter afresh?
In the light of what is happening now, he is entitled afresh to revisit the decision.
Yes, but I mean, he doesn't need the recommendation of this panel. He's got enough evidence.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, yesterday you identified in the Melmoth case. I just want to flash that picture again because Mr. Danikas has approached the attorneys to say that picture, that man there who's wearing sunglasses is not himself. He, in fact, had left the country by that stage. So you could have made an error there. So I'm just giving you a chance to correct yourself.
No, I did make an error.
Oh,
just on a quick look,
yes.
The similarities just look to be So I concede I made a mistake.
All right. Thank you. All right. We can close that and let's move on to the next.
Let me follow up on the question that my sister asked you regarding the validity of the decision by the former NDPP that that decision was null and void.
Yes, Chairperson.
This is your saying so, but that decision was never reviewed and set aside as we normally, as we understand review powers and the legal principles. If that decision was not reviewed and set aside by a court of law, that is on the basis of probably ultravirus, that decision still stands, doesn't it?
That is correct, Chairperson.
That being the case, the situation in relation to these matters that the charges were withdrawn by, among others, Advocate Batoyi.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Apparently also by Advocate Mlojo. I read somewhere in the record that he also played a role there in relation to some of the charges.
That is correct, Chairperson.
The withdrawal does not end the matter. In other words, as we said earlier, reinstatement can still take place.
That is correct, Chairperson.
I just want us to clear our mind there regarding the voidness of the decision of
Yes.
Advocate Batoyi.
Yes.
As you say, it is void ab initio when the court has not pronounced on that matter.
Chairperson,
Yes.
I would say the most appropriate, just to remove any ambiguity, any uncertainty. If I were in the shoes of Advocate Mutibi, which I'm not, and I do not envy those shoes, I would approach court because the decision was made by somebody on the same level as myself. If he were to have the views that I share, that the decision is invalid, I would then approach court and say, this is the circumstances under which I believe the decisions are void. Can we have a declaratory order declaring one way or another, just to remove any ambiguity?
Thank you.
Well, why? I mean, Advocate Batoyi came along. She had a valid decision from Advocate Sean Abrahams. She just summarily overturned it. So why should her predecessor now be taken through a litigation process on a withdrawal of charges? Because I understood the evidence to have been, so far, if the charges are withdrawn, it remains within the discretion of the NPA to reinstate them.
Chairperson, when you're dealing with the NPA, you're dealing with the Constitution. I would tread carefully. You don't want a situation where a national director comes and doesn't like the decision of the predecessor and just does as I please.
But that's what Advocate Batoyi did.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking. The evidence so far given in this panel is that if you have withdrawn charges, you remain entitled to reinstate them. That was the evidence given by Advocate Batoyi herself.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking. The charges were withdrawn. Why can they just not be reinstated?
Chairperson, I would tread carefully in the light of the Constitution, in the light of what has happened. That one national director does this, the next does this. I would then tread carefully, and knowing that I have the firmness of a court having made a.
But I mean, wouldn't that just make very difficult the life of the NPA? The withdrawal of charges is almost everyday business.
Yes.
Imagine if every time you withdraw it, you must go to court.
No, not necessarily in every instance, but in an instance of this nature, I would, in my respectful view, just to remove any uncertainty, I would do so, although it's not strictly speaking a requirement.
Yes. Thank you. Could I move on to your statement?
Before you go, you proceed, Council. I'm sorry to leave the point. The nature of the withdrawal in criminal proceedings does not mean an end to the criminal proceedings themselves.
That is correct,
Or the end
yes.
to the charges themselves.
Yes.
As opposed to a decision to stop prosecution
That is
or
section.
not to proceed with the prosecution.
That is correct. That's section 6A and B of the Criminal Procedure Act.
And I think that is the matter that we dealt with in regard to the second part of the Mdluli matter.
Yes,
And
yes, that is correct.
Advocate Batoi spoke to that aspect. But here, now that we know that a decision was made to withdraw those charges, and as I said to you earlier, put aside whether the decision was rational or was ultra-virus or not,
Yes,
we
Chairperson.
do know as a fact that these charges are still lingering,
Yes.
and families have not
Found closure.
found closure. Now, go back to the question, shouldn't the head of the NPP, NDPP, given the fact that these predicate charges revolves around racketeering charges, shouldn't the head of NPA reconsider this matter and reinstate the charges so that the matters can be brought to finality?
I would agree with that summation, Chairperson. The families of the deceased and the community of KZN would want to find finality in respect of these matters. They would
Yes.
like to know what really had happened.
And as Advocate Nkcukaitobi is saying, can you imagine in the criminal prosecution, how many times are charges withdrawn? And how many times do people have to go back to court again and again and say, let's challenge, we are challenging the review, the validity of the decision to withdraw the charges. It may happen in certain instances, but in a matter like this, I assume, Advocate Maema, it will just create more difficulties in relation to those matters, because when you go back to court, people must oppose, it's money, it's time, and these cases will take forever.
The interest of justice would dictate that there should at some stage be finality in respect of this.
Yes,
these
the
matters.
interest of justice will be imperiled.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we then go back to your statement? Madam Chair, I am going to skip some of these instances. There seems to be an emerging agreement, but it has not yet been finalized. So I'll be focusing on 4. Could I take you, Ms. Advocate Maema, to
Just give a heading to that point, and that you are going to concentrate on 4 of what?
4 of the instances that are mentioned in the statement. There are 28. Yes. There are 23 of the dockets. So I will be focusing on 4 of those dockets. We have already done 3 of the dockets. I'll focus on 4. The reason for that is that it seems, and I'm not going to bind my learned friends to it, it seems that their position will be that they will not dispute the contents of the dockets.
May I verify from Advocate Counsel, you are alone here?
I'm
No,
alone, but I'm
no,
not
no,
sitting.
no,
I'm not
he's-
sitting
he's-
alone.
He's merely adopted. So, Kate Mtweni, you remember the point we discussed at Chambers regarding this matter? You were to discuss, and this was just to obviate dealing with almost everything. So, have you agreed about condensing these issues as Advocate Nkcukaitobi is mentioning to us now?
Madam Chair, we've only been approached this morning with a proposal to condense as to how the condensation should happen. And I expressed to Mr. Ngcukaitobi that as evidence leaders, we're not in a position, and I doubt, I will still finalize the issue with the rest of my team. As you can see, I'm in the cockpit alone, that we will not dispute the contents of each and every document or of the dockets, because we're not in a position to do so. If the agreement is that, if the proposal is that, or the evidence is that all these dockets were as they were, went throughout, and there's not been any material change or new evidence coming up, then we're not in a, we can then accept that that is how that was the state of the dockets, and that was the information contained in the docket. And we're not even in a position to dispute whether Mr. Maema and his team did consider them or not, because we're not part of that team.
And you don't have witnesses who can refute the allegations in the dockets.
Madam Chair, even if we did, it is not for the tribunal to determine whether the allegations are true or not.
The inquiry.
The inquiry. It would have been for the trial court to do so. All that the inquiry must start to determine is whether, based on the information that is in the docket, was there sufficient evidence as the allegations against Advocate Chauke are set out, that he supported the prosecution without, where there was insufficient evidence.
It doesn't seem to me that you understand. It's not about the panel making a determination. Surely, this is not an adversarial situation. Mr. Maema has relied on certain statements in the dockets. If you look at his affidavit. But if you do not have any witness who can come and say the reliance on those statements by Mr. Maema was incorrect, that ends the matter, doesn't it?
There will be evidence of Advocate Riley from the Cock panel, who was part of the panel that reviewed these dockets and advised Advocate Batoy. And it appears that that's where the disagreement between the prosecution team and the Cock panel seems to be, whether or not what was contained in the dockets was sufficient to establish racketeering. We'll only focus on the racketeering part, not the murder charges or etc., Madam Chair.
No, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the contents of the dockets.
Now, insofar as the contents of the documents, we're not disputing those.
Yes. My sister's sharing with me a note that, I beg your pardon, my sister is sharing a note with me that maybe you should be given an opportunity to consult with your core evidence leader, but you have not sought that request. Would you like to do that?
We will do that during lunch. Hence, Mr. Ngcukaitobi said the agreement is in the pipeline. It has not been reached as yet.
Yes.
So I had intended to do that during the lunch break. And then only then would we then converse, would we then be in a position to take the final position?
Yes. In that event, Advocate Nkcukaitobi, I think you can proceed with the 4 dockets.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start at paragraph 129 of your statement, Advocate Maema, which is the case of Mr. Bongani Mkhize. Do you have it?
That is correct, Chairperson. Durban Central 185 of 2009.
Now, we know who he is. He is the person who applied to court for an interdict against his own murder.
That's extraordinary nature interdict.
Yes, and that application was opposed by Major General Boysen.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, he was subsequently killed on the 3rd of February 2008.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, can we just, can you take us through the allegations there, what you say happened in that case?
They are contained.
It should actually be 3 February 2009, because his interdict was brought in 2008. So that's an error.
Advocate Nkcukaitobi, sorry to barge in for I think for clarity in the record, maybe we need to explain, because for a second I was confused.
Yes.
Before we broke for tea, we were talking about Mr. Mkhize, but that's Mduduzi, and now you're talking about Bongani.
Bongani
Maybe
Mkhize.
make sure that there is that difference. It comes out clear
Yes.
in the record.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. We are dealing with Mr. Bongani Mkhize. The case is Durban Central, which is to be distinguished from Mr. Mduduzi Mkhize. I think that case was Umkomas.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And Mr. Bongani Mkhize has featured before in this panel because he is the person who brought the application that was opposed by Major General Boysen.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And although your statement refers to 2008, that must be an error, because even if you look at the case number, it's 18502-2009.
That is correct,
So
Chairperson. It's an error.
Yes. Okay. So could you just set out the scene there?
Chairperson, as I do so from paragraph 131 on page 1-38,
Yes.
on 3 February 2009, the deceased was found lying in the driver's seat of his black Lexus car. And then references there made to 5 photos from the photo album of the scene of the shooting, which depict the following. The photos are at...
So you'll find those at 1A283.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. You were describing what they show. You can do it by reference to your statement if it's easier that way.
They show, firstly, the position of the deceased with his hands folded, glass shards, or you call them shards or shattered, which indicate that the windows of the car were closed at the time he was shot at, or at the time the shots were fired, and that the shots came from the right-hand side of the car, from outside to the inside. Photo 2 shows, among
So
others...
just take us the page, because photo 2 is in a different page.
Photo 2 is on page 1A 284. Chairperson, on photo 2, we see depicted there, among others, a firearm on the front left-hand side, just in front of the front car seat
Of the passenger
of the passenger seat. Yes,
on
it
the
is-
left, yes.
It is circled.
Okay, there are two circles there, so just make sure you clearly identify it for us. There's say a big circle and a small circle.
Oh yes, the big circle is the one that has a firearm inside,
Yes.
and the smaller circle is the one that has spent cartridges. And then we see glass shutters on the seat and on the floor. Chairperson, according to the ballistic crime scene reconstruction report, the spent cartridges were not fired from the firearm found in the vehicle. The ballistic crime scene reconstruction report dispels the notion or version that the prosecution team was wrong to conclude that the aforementioned firearm and the cartridges were planted. Photo 3 and 5 show that some of the shots were fired from the back of the vehicle through the back window into the neck of the deceased. Photo 4 and 5, which are on page 18286 as well as 18287, show that both right-hand side windows of the vehicle were closed at the time it was struck, because just one sees the shutters of the glasses on the rim of the windows, on the rim of the door panel. Chairperson, I also refer to GSM.
Are you looking at photo 5?
Photo 5, Chairperson, if you, it shows.
No, I wanted to know, when you say that you see something at the rear of the vehicle, where are you deducing that from?
Chairperson, I say when you, I said the rim.
At the rim.
The rim of the door.
Which photograph?
Chairperson, if you look at photo 5, with the door opened.
Oh yes. Yes.
You can see that the window was closed up, and when it shuttered, the center shuttered, but there is a top part which is remaining there.
Okay.
And the bullet that went through the neck, as you earlier testified, if you look at the photo 2, where was it fired from?
It was fired from behind, slightly on the right hand side of the car.
Inside, outside?
It was fired from outside, definitely.
Now, when you look at photo 5, on that rear windscreen,
I'm there, Chairperson.
there seemed to be a hole there.
On the rear window.
Yes.
Yes. Some of the bullets went through this rear window.
Thank you.
Yes. I think before you proceed on that, there is something unique about the case that I need you to comment on. Most of the cases we've been dealing with, we found Mr. Stale and Mr. Mangena who come after the event to reconstruct the scene. But this is one of the few scenes where a sergeant from the police did the crime reconstruction almost immediately. And that is Mr. Padmini
Tilakade, yes.
Yes, and that is at GSM 21A 288.
The next page.
Yes. What is that document? Can you identify it for us?
Yes, it is. This is the analyst report that was given to us by Sergeant Tilakade.
Or Tiladare, looks like, if you swallow the K. And who is he?
He is a member of South African Police Service. He's a forensic analyst attached to the ballistic unit of the Forensic Science Laboratory.
Yes, so he is employed by the police themselves.
That is correct.
Yes. If you look at how he came to deal with this, if you go to 1A 289 under paragraph 3,
Chairperson, he states there that on the 6th and 9th of February 2009, during performance of my official duties, I was requested by Inspector S. Williams of the ICD to ballistically examine the body of Mr. B.E. Mkhize, Mr. Bongani Mkhize, and also to ballistically examine the vehicle the deceased was lying in to determine the direction from which the deceased was shot from.
yes, so that is the reason he was there, is to check from where was the deceased shot.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, he then does that job in the following page, 1A 290, under paragraph 4, starting at paragraph 4.2.
He says, the direction of the 9 possible entry wounds are as follows. 4.2.1, 6 were fired from the right side of the deceased. 2 were fired from the rear of the deceased. 1 was fired from middle to left of the deceased. 3 possible shrapnel lacerations on the right side of the deceased with no corresponding exit wounds. 1 possible shrapnel laceration on the right arm with a corresponding exit wound on the right elbow. 1 superficial wound on the left upper back and left side of the neck.
Yes, if you can just stop there for now, just to get your comment. What's clear from this is that the deceased is shot from the side and from the back.
That is correct.
Yes. Is that consistent at all with the notion that he was the attacker?
No, it's not conceded. Chairperson, I wanted to say, when you say from the side, the right side.
The right side, yes.
Yes.
And then paragraph 5, he also describes what he found when he got to the scene.
Yes.
Just deal with that.
He says, upon arrival at the Isipingo, police found the following were observed and noted by me. 1 black Lexus vehicle with registration, with an ND registration, and there is a number. The driver's side window and passenger's side window were shattered. The rear windscreen was shattered. 3 bullet impact marks on the front windscreen. The driver's side tires, rear passenger side tires were punctured. The presence of lead vaporizing was also present on various places of the vehicle. 32 possible bullet holes on the vehicle, which I marked as follows. D1 to D9 shots towards the driver's side of the vehicle. D10 to D27, shots from the rear towards the driver's side of the vehicle. P1 and P2, shot from the rear towards the passenger side of the vehicle. W1 to W3 are shots from the rear towards the vehicle.
And then in paragraph 6, he deals with his conclusions. And in paragraph 7, can you read those to the record, please?
Taking the above points, observation and documentation into consideration, the following can be concluded. The shots were fired from two different directions or angles, or whilst the vehicle was moving. The wounds of the deceased, as well as the damage to the vehicle, is typically of a high velocity bullet, the 5.56 millimeter that we spoke about earlier, as well as a low velocity bullet, a 9 millimeter. It can also be stated that all possible shots were fired from the outside towards the vehicle. The above conclusions were arrived at by means of an examination and process which required knowledge and skill in ballistics.
Yes. Now, as I said earlier, this is the expert of the police themselves making it clear that these were shots from outside to inside.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, you mentioned you were still dealing with the pictures. I mean, there was photo 4. I'm not sure if you addressed photo 4, because I moved you from photo 5. Photo 4 is at 1A286.
286.
Yes.
Photo 4 has an arrow a little bit up there, closer to the roof of the vehicle. This arrow, insofar as my memory shows.
Where is the arrow? May your adopted son there look at the screen, please. Please show us the arrow.
Yes.
Can you use your mouse and show us the arrow?
So it's that white
Where is the
mark.
arrow? Yes. Yes, thank you.
So what evidence are you giving about the arrow, Advocate
I'm
Maema?
just saying there's a bullet damage.
Okay, so the arrow is pointing towards a bullet lodged there.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, thank you. Now, your statement continues. I want to skip the next 2 paragraphs because we've dealt with up to paragraph 140, which is the summary of the ballistics report by Sergeant Tilakare.
That is correct, Chair.
Paragraph 141, can you deal with that?
Rakesh Maharaj and Stoll state that the deceased fired shots.
Who are they?
It's members of Ketomena unit.
Are they part of the accused?
Part of the accused persons, yes.
Carry on.
They state that the deceased fired shots in their direction and they returned fire, wounding the deceased. Sergeant Tilagare's ballistic findings were that all cartridges cases collected from the scene, including the 2 found inside the vehicle of the deceased, were not linked were not linked to the firearm found in the vehicle of the deceased.
Yes.
It is thus clear that this firearm depicted on photo 14 and 15 of Captain Wangena's statement was placed in the vehicle after the shooting to create an impression that Mkhize used it and tried to place the police life in danger. Copies of statements of Sergeant Tilakari and that of Captain Mangena are attached as annexes GSM 20 and GSM 21.
Yes. So when the police say, in the light of what we've seen from the ballistic expert of the police themselves, they say that there were shots from inside the vehicle. Is that true?
That is incorrect. It is a incorrect depiction of what happened there.
Yes. Now, this goes further beyond the scene itself, because we've seen the probabilities on the scene.
That is correct.
Yes. Into a larger plot that you deal with from paragraph 142. Can you just deal with that?
This deceased, Mr. Mkhize, obtained an interdict against the police from murdering him. Furthermore, the deceased was the target on whose head the Stenger Taxi Association was to pay 1 million rand as per Mr. Ndlondlo's statement. The application and consent order are attached here to as annexes GSM 22.
Yes, we've looked at that extensively.
Yes.
There's no reason to go back to them. But what I do want to deal with is this statement in the following paragraph. You refer to the statement of Mr. Matonzi, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
In what context are you referring to that statement?
It explains how the plan to eliminate members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association was hatched and orchestrated, including the killing of Bongani Mkhize, which we just referred to in the paragraphs that we just read.
Yes. Now, Mr.
That statement is attached as Annex GSM 23. I'm sorry, Councillor.
Yes, no, it's 1A305.
I'm getting confused. If you can help me, Advocate Nkcukaitobi. Paragraph 142, this deceased, referring to Mr. Bongani Mkhize.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And is he the one who obtained an interdict?
Yes.
And Mdu Mkhize is which one?
Mkhize is the one who was killed at Nkomas.
Gomas.
Yes. The one we dealt with earlier.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if you could just take us back to the statement of Mr. Matonzi. Madam Chair, the statement at GSM 23, page 1A305, is the typed version. There is a signed statement in the dockets, which is handwritten, but we thought to make it easier for everyone, we should just attach the typed statement.
I confirm that, Chairperson.
Yes.
That the ones that we obtained originally was a handwritten version.
Yes.
305 will be, sorry?
What-
305 will be GSM 23.
Yes, correct. Yes. Now, yes, so a learned friend points out, just for completion, that the handwritten statement is in cross-examination file 2. Yes, actually, file 1, the one you were looking at page 235.
That is correct.
So it starts at 235 up to 243, is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
And then the typed statement, which is replicated at GSM 23, is at 244 to 246, is that correct?
I had it now, I have closed it down. 1A244.
Yes, you can just go to 1A 305, GSM 23.
Oh, yes.
Yes, you've got it. All right, so it was just to confirm that it's the same statement, but it's typed and handwritten.
It is the same statement.
Yes, can you take the panel through that statement?
I will read the typed version, which is 18305 GSM 23.
Yes, carry on.
Should I start from the beginning, Chairperson?
How long is the statement?
Can I start at paragraph 4?
No, I need him to first situate himself.
Oh, okay.
Who is he?
All right.
So just deal with the introductory paragraphs first, especially 1 and 2.
That is correct. Mr. Matonzi states that he's an adult male, 33 years old at the time, residing at Kwaduguza Municipality District in KZN, with conducts that were known to the investigators. In year 2004, I was employed by Excalibur VIP Protection, guarding taxi rank of Stenga Taxi Association, which is Kwaduguza Taxi Association. My mandate was to guard the rank. The owner of the company was Mr. Andre van der Bel. The contract expired in year 2005. The contract given to Pentago VIP Protection, and the owner was Mr. Anwar Khan. My mandate was to give protection to Mr. Ngobo Mapoloba, who was the vice chairperson of the Stenga Taxi Association. The chairman of the association was Mr. Kanyile, to whom I gave protection in the year 2005. Paragraph 3. Sometimes I was given the task to guard Mr. B.B. Kuala. I was close to all executive members of the association. I was a trustee to all executive members of the association. Even when they planned to do something wrong, like hire a hitman to kill someone, they will discuss in my presence. Some of the members of the association were close to the unit called Ketomena unit. These members were Sanele Zondi and Bongeleni Zondi, was a member of Ketomena unit. Bongeleni Zondi had a taxi within Stenga Taxi Association at Kwaduguza. The taxi were registered under his younger brother Sanele. Somewhere 2007, I accompanied Sanele Zondi and Bongizo Mhlongo to meet Mr. Moster and now General Boysen. The meeting place was near Gateway Shopping Mall by the Shell garage behind the private hospital. After the meeting, I had their conversation about what was the meeting all about. Sanele and Bongizwe wanted Mostert and Boysen to cover up if police want to arrest member of the Stenger Taxi Association. Sangele and Bongizwe were untouchables because they had senior officer on their side. The day of the meeting, Sanele said, the executive have to pay money to Ketomena senior officer, referring to Mostert and Boysen that they made. After a week, I was called to accompany Sanele and Bongizwe. We went to the Gateway shopping mall of McDonald parking. Bongizwe had envelope containing money. It was notes inside. Upon arrival, we met now General Boysen and Mostert. Two senior officers were traveling in a grey BMW series.
5. BMW 5 Series. You skipped 5.
Oh, did I? My apologies.
No, I know. Don't worry.
Let me read again. We met now General Boysen and Mostert. Two senior officers were traveling in a grey BMW 5 Series. The driver was Mostert. Boysen was the passenger seated left front. There were two in the BMW car. Bongizwe and Sanele got out and went straight to the BMW. Bongizwe had the same envelope contained cash. I did not know how much it was. It was a lot. Sanele and Bongizwe remained in the car, BMW, for about 45 minutes to an hour. In the process, there was a conflict between Stenger, KwaDukuza Taxi Association, and Maphumulo Taxi Association. According to my knowledge, during those years I was there, nobody from Stenger was either arrested or killed by Ketomena unit. The only police officer who was a threat to Stenger Taxi Association was Superintendent Kongo. According to the association, Kongo was a straight police officer. Kongo did not take any bribery from either Stenger or Maphumulo Taxi Association. If somebody committed murder relating to taxi, he would go out and arrest the suspect without involving Ketomena unit. Was not happy with Superintendent Kongo. Sanele and Bongizwe were not happy too with Kongo. I heard them, Sanele and Bongizwe, saying Kongo was a trouble. They will talk to senior officer, referring to Boysen and Mostert, to sort him, Kongo. I heard them talking about the plan to kill Superintendent Kongo. Sanele and Bongizwe arranged with someone who was a member of Maphumulo Taxi Association to organize a hitman for Kongo. Sanele and Bongizwe did not want to arrange or hire a hitman themselves. They, Sanele and Bongizwe, wanted it to be seen as Maphumulo are the one who planned the killing of Superintendent Kongo. A hitman for Kongo were Kopolota, Lee, Mtembu, Swayo, and others. Ketomena unit was also part of the plan. Kongo was gunned down. After the killing of Kongo, Ketomena started to kill all hitmen behind the killing of Kongo. I heard Sanele saying he had a list of all people that need to be killed by Ketomena. Bongani Mkhize was the chairman of Maphumulo Taxi Association. He was also on the hit list, and he was the last person to be killed. It was difficult for Ketomena to get Mkhize because of reporting Mkhize did to high authorities. During my time, I was told at Msinga homestead of Sanele, his brother Nkosi Chief Bongeleni Zondi, there was a hotel, Home Affairs and Game Reserve. Office Park around their homestead was named after Bongeleni Zondi. I think even today the office named after Bongeleni Zondi. Bongeleni was a acting chief. Bongeleni was about to be given the position of the full-time chief. Sanele was not happy with that. Sanele used to complain to me. He was not happy because Bongeleni was about to be given the position to be the chief. The chief, Bongeleni Zondi, was gunned down. Swayo was arrested and granted bail. Within short period of Swayo gunned down, within a short period of Swayo was gunned down too. I heard saying, Ngaishaya
Ngayishaya Nkabi,
oh,
yakhala
Ngaishaya
Mjondolo.
Inkabi Yakala Mjondolo,
Yes.
meaning the hitman and cried inside the shack, referring to Swayo who was killed inside the shack.
Meaning hit the hitman.
Meaning hit the hitman and cried inside the shack, referring to Swayo who was killed inside the shack. Money was collected at the rank, staying at taxi rank, to pay Ketomena unit. Sanele orchestrated the killing of Bongani Mkhize. Somebody was given the task to phone Brigadier Madonzela that Bongani Mkhize was planning to kill Mandla and Ngaba and Bekikele. Sanele wanted the police to think that Bongani Mkhize was a troublemaker who killed Kongo, now was planning to kill Mandla, Ngaba and Bekikele. Within short period, Bongani Mkhize was killed by Ketomena unit. Money was collected and Ketomena was paid for job well done. I was not there when the money was paid to Ketomena. I heard that Ketomena paid, Ketomena paid. Bongani Mkhize should have been killed long time back. He was, most of the time he escaped. Ketomena will phone Sanele and give a report that they missed him. That is all that I can say for now. I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the oath to be binding on my conscience. It is dated the 9th of May 2013.
Yes. So here, from what you have read, you have a witness who's testifying, let me not say so, about two instances where the Ketomano policemen were paid money. In the first instance, he witnessed it himself, where Mr. Mostert and Mr. Boysen received cash.
That is correct.
And then in the second instance, he remembers the money being collected but never saw it being paid.
Yes, yes.
So what were you going to use this witness for, if at all?
Chairperson, the payment of the money was intrinsic to the plan to eliminate members of the Komapumulo Taxi Association. So that it was crucial to bring that evidence before the court.
Why? What role was it playing that you have an eyewitness to a bribery involving two policemen from Ketomano, including Major General Boysen?
Well, Chairperson, that information is crucial to shed light on the planning of the killing of members of Komapumulo.
Yes. I understand you've said that it's important, but
Yes.
I'm saying what legal weight, in other words, what point was being proven by establishing that the Stenga people were bribing Ketomano to eliminate Kwamapumulo?
It shows that this feud starts from the fight this thing starts from the feud between Kwamapumulo Taxi Association and Stenga Taxi Association.
Yes.
And the side that Ketomena was taking, but why, it also shows why they were taking that side, because they are then paid to eliminate the opposing view when they are supposed to be neutral and to do their work, which is police work.
Was Mr. Matonsi still alive at the time that you drew the indictment and you were meant to run the trial?
No, he died in.
Well, I mean, we know Mr. Ndlondlo had died.
I have, because when my colleagues consulted them, I was not present. I have this thing of confusing both Matonzi, the dying of Matonzi and Ndlondlo.
No, yes, I'm not asking you to confuse them.
Yes.
But I'm asking whether, to your knowledge, Mr. Matonzi was an available witness to be called.
Yes. Yes.
And please let me know and correct me if I am misreading the statement.
Yes.
Does this statement also not signify that the police knew who killed Superintendent Konto?
Yes, it does. It does. It does. Chairperson.
Yes, just expand on that. I mean, meaning what? I mean, the statement has a portion that deals with this, but just give the evidence fuller.
Chairperson, Ketomena was from the beginning aware of exactly what was happening, and their fueling of the feud between Kwamapumulo and Stenga Taxi Association was, which led to the death of so many people, was to us surprising. I mean, Ketomena is a law enforcement who are supposed to be protecting the citizens, but they themselves are party to the elimination of innocent citizens.
No, I think what I'm trying to get to is, you remember yesterday and last week we debated this question around the use of the death of Superintendent Kongo as a fig leaf for the subsequent execution of a number of people.
That is correct.
Because they were accused of having been party
Yes.
to the killing of Superintendent Kongo. Not
Yes.
that would have been lawful,
Of course.
but
Yes.
factually that's the excuse that was given.
Yes, that's the narrative that was being run.
Now you've got a witness who says, I personally saw the money being paid.
Yes.
I personally witnessed the conversation about why the money was being paid.
That is correct.
So it's in that context that I think the chair is asking you to address this issue around whether the statement doesn't give you an explanation around the murder of Superintendent Kongo.
Oh, well, it does. It does give you an explanation.
Yes.
Yes.
Meaning?
Chairperson, it shows that Stenga Taxi Association was working together with the Ketomena police to have members of Kwamapumulo Taxi Association eliminated.
Yes. Now, we've addressed the statement of Mr. Matonzi, who you say, from your knowledge, was available to be called as a witness.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, Mr. Ndlondlo also gave a statement. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember that.
Now, it's not attached to your affidavit, but it should be. Yes. Leonard Franz points me to file 1, page 157. File 1 of the cross-examination bundle.
This is
This one. Next page. Yeah. And that's the handwritten version, correct?
Page 1.
157.
That is correct.
And the last page with the signature of the Commissioner of Oaths is page 163.
That is correct, Chair.
And although he is referred to as Ndlondlo, his actual name is Beginkosi Mtiani,
That is correct, Chair.
yes, which explains the name, the signature you see at page 163 at the top of the page, B. Mtiani.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, thank you. The typed up version of that statement appears at page 164 to 168.
That is correct.
Is that correct? Could you also read that into the record, because it's the second source in addition to Mr. Matonse's statement of the same hue?
Chairperson, can I read the typed version, and only to indicate that the name was deleted when copies were made for the defense at the time, because this was one of the witnesses that whose identity we were protecting in terms of Section 144 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Section 1443 says, if the prosecution is of the view that a witness's name or a witness's life might be in danger, it authorizes us to, what do you call it, to? Yes, certain names from the statement. So we did that with this statement. But we can see on the original, the name is Beginkosi Mtiani. And, or maybe I should just read the handwritten one.
Well, it depends on which one will be easier for you. If you can read his handwriting, fine. But if
Right.
not, just look at the typed version.
All right.
You're reading from the type version now?
Chairperson, I'll read from the handwritten
Okay,
one,
that's fine.
because I didn't go through the type
All right.
just to cross-check.
Yeah.
Beginkosi,
So you are reading at page 157.
that is correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Beginkosi Mtiani Zondo states under oath in English, I'm an adult male with ID number this, 32 years old at the time when it was made, residing at this address in Melville in Stenga with this cell phone number. I'm a taxi owner at Stenga Taxi Association. Sometimes year 2007, Vela Mkhize was killed at Kwamakuta Cemetery. Vela Mkhize was killed by Sanele Zondi and Nkosi Zondi, and Nkosi Zondi was also present during the killing of Vela Mkhize. The plan of killing Vela happened in this way. Nkosi Zondi went to Vela Mkhize pretending to buy a venture from Vela Mkhize. On his arrival, he told Vela that he had only 20,000 rand, and Vela was asking for 25,000 rand. Nkosi Zondi promised to bring 5,000. Vela was promised to meet them at a certain spot to be paid the whole amount of 5,000. At the spot they agreed, Vela was kidnapped by people who introduced themselves as police officers. Vela was taken on handcuffs to Kwamakuta Cemetery, and Sanele Zondi and Nkosi Zondi was met there. Sanele first hit Vela with open hands. Sanele then took out a gun and fired a shot at Vela, who was on handcuffs. Vela was found in Durban, eThekwini, and taken to the cemetery. I would also like to state that after the death of
If you
Vela,
could also just announce the paragraphs when you're shifting.
all right. I'm now at paragraph 4.
Yes.
I would also like to state that after the death of Vela, known provincial commander of taxi violence crime, Mr. Kongo, I was one of the trustees of Stenga Taxi Association. I was a chairman of a disciplinary department within the association. I knew every secret that the members do not have to know. Paragraph 5. I always have a secret meeting with the following members in the association: Mr. Kanyile, who was the chairman, Mr. Ngobo, who was the vice chairman, and also the treasurer, Bongizwe Mhlongo, who was a PRO, and Sanele Zondi, who was an additional member. Paragraph 6. Our meeting was so sensitive even to discuss the people who must be killed. Bongize was a close friend of Mr. Kongo. Mr. Kongo would always make favor to the hitman of Stenga in order to arrest Kwamapamulo Taxi Association. If there was something against Stenga's Taxi Association, Bongizo would organize payment to Mr. Kongo. The cause of Mr. Kongo's death, he was investigating and arrested Mapumulo Taxi Association members. Mr. Kongo was killed by Mapumulo Taxi Association. Nkosi Zondi was a policeman working for Ketomena unit. Information was taken to Nkosi Zondi, and Nkosi Zondi arranged with his unit Ketomena and also poisoned his commander. The first member of Mapumulo Association to be assaulted was Lindelani Butelezi.
Is that assaulted or assassinated?
The first member of Mapumulo Taxi Association to be assassinated. I think it's assassinated. If we check the typed one, paragraph 9.
Paragraph 8.
Eight, yes. The first member of Mapumulo Taxi Association to be assassinated was Lindelani. Who was killed by Ketomena unit. As one of the trustees, I was there when money was arranged to pay Ketomena for a well job done. It was a lot of money. Sanele and Bongize were sent to see Nkosi Zondi and paid him their money. We were told feedback that Nkosi Zondi was paid the money. I cannot recall how much it was. The second people to be killed by Ketomena unit was Kopolo Tantuli and Natim Mtembu, nicknamed Mango Bondoan. The two were killed at Mandeni. Both were killed inside the same house. 5 of us, being Mr. Kanyile, Mr. Ngobo, Sanele, Bongizo, and I, took out, I cannot remember how much it was, but it was a lot of cash. Sanele and Bongizo were tasked to go and pay Ketomena. I heard that Ketomena unit was met at Tongat Toll Plaza and paid money, also for the job well done. Paragraph 10. The third person was Mdu Mkize. Mdu Mkize was killed by the police and money paid to those police officers. Paragraph 11. The fourth incident was the killing of Mr. Ndimande. Mr. Ndimande was killed in Howick area. Mr. Ndimande was killed by Ketomena unit. all 5 of us sat down and had a secret meeting to arrange payment to Ketomena unit. An amount of 750,000 rand was raised. Money was given to Sanele Zondi and Bongizwe to go and pay Ketomena. Always when Sanele and Bongizwe left with money, they would tell us that that money was going to be given to the boss, referring to Mr. Boysen. And they would say, we have connection and we pay Boysen as head. Paragraph 12, the last person to be killed on Mapumulo Taxi Association was Bongani Mkize. Bongani Mkize was the chairperson. Bongani Mkize was killed by Ketomena unit. Money, about 1 million, was raised and given to Sanele and Bongizwe to pay Ketomena. Sanele told us that 1 million would be paid to Boysen, the big boss of Ketomena unit. Always when payment was done, Sanele would say he was going to pay Ketomena big boss, Mr. Boysen. Sanele was a registered informer of Boysen. I was a registered informer of Mr. Moster. Moster used to task me, and in return, I would give him information. Paragraph 13. That is all for now what I would recall, and I would call the police. 14. I know and understand the contents of this statement. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience. The statement is signed by Mr. B. Mtiani and commissioned at Richards Bay Airport on the 31 of July 2012 at 21:54 by Lieutenant Colonel Ramukosi.
Yes. Now, this is something extraordinary if you read the two statements alongside each other.
Yes.
The one person says, I was there when the money was collected.
That is correct.
And every time the Ketomena unit killed a person, we collected money.
That is correct.
I was not there when the money was paid, but I understood that it would be paid to Mr. Boysen as the boss.
The big boss, yes.
The second witness says, I was there when the money was paid. That is Mr. Matonsi.
That is
I
correct.
saw personally General Boysen getting the money.
That is correct.
And I saw Mr. Mostert getting the money.
Yes.
Now, as a prosecutor, what does that tell you in relation to the strength of your case?
Well, it strengthens that Ketomena police were part of this plan to eliminate members of Komapumulo Taxi Association.
No, but in relation to the quality of the evidence that you have, remember what this case boils down to
Yes.
is some people saying, oh, you don't have good enough evidence.
Yes, it adds a credence. It adds value. It's a different kind of evidence, but it adds impetus on how the accused are linked to the offences.
I mean, does it strengthen the case?
It
or
strengthens the case, yes.
Yes. Now, we know that at the time this matter was being considered, I don't know exactly the date when Mr. Mtiane Dlondlo died, but there is a reference in the Tikok report that he was dead, I think at the time that you were planning to start the trial, but at some point he passed away.
Yes, at some stage he passed away.
Yes. Now, his death in the context of a statement he has given that money was collected,
Yes.
what impact would that have had on the trial?
Well, remember his death would not take away the evidence that he has given in the form of a statement under oath.
Yes.
Because that evidence can be presented in terms of the Hearsay Evidence Act 1 of 1945.
And you would explain why it's given by a person other than the person on whose property value
That is correct.
resides.
Yes. Section 31C sets out the factors that are taken into account by the court to consider the admissibility of that statement.
So his death wouldn't mean that the statement is inadmissible.
100%.
Yes. Now, and there is the whole thing about hearsay. I mean, a witness who says, I was there when the money was collected, and it was said that it was being collected for Mr. General Boyson. Is that a hearsay evidence, or is it direct evidence?
It's credible direct evidence. He was there.
Yes. And a witness who says, I saw the money being paid to Mr. Mostert and to Major General Boyson, is that hearsay or direct evidence?
That is direct evidence. At least at the time of the decision, that is direct evidence that has not been watered down by cross-examination or anything.
Yes, yes. So was there any reason for you to doubt that these two witnesses, these two statements, would not be accepted by a judge, or anything that would have been wrong with them?
There was no reason to think. In fact, the law gives us a mechanism as to how that evidence has to be brought before court and considered together with the rest of the evidence that we are going to present before court.
Yes. Madam Chair, it's 1:23. I'm happy to just press ahead, but I'm in your hands.
I think it's the appropriate moment for him to take a lunch break for 45 minutes. My sisters agree that 45 minutes for lunch will be appropriate. We will reconvene at about 2:15.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
2:15.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Advocate Maema, you are still under oath.
That is correct,
We
Chair.
adjourn. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Advocate Maema.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Ndata Chauke, good afternoon. Advocate Nkcukaitobi, you are still under oath, Counsel.
That is correct,
You
Chairperson.
may
Thank you.
proceed, Advocate Nkcukaitobi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Maema, there are two more statements to cover on the killing of Mr. Mkiza Bongani. The one is at GSM 24 1A308. No, not in that one. Yeah, yes, correct.
What page is that?
1A308, Madam Chair.
1A.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have it, Mr. Maema?
That is correct, Chair. GSM 24.
Whose statement is that?
It's the statement of Tengamandla Walter Ngobo.
And what is his status?
He's an adult male, at the time residing at Mapumulo, a chairperson of Mapumulo Taxi Association.
And at the time of the killing of Mr. Bongani Mkiza, what was his status?
He was the chairperson of the Mapumulo Taxi Association.
No, paragraph 3 doesn't say he was the chairperson.
Oh yes, I was a deputy chairperson during the reign of the late Bongani Mkiza.
Then he says he was involved in meetings where the killing of their members were discussed, and specifically at paragraph 5, he attended the meeting with Mr. Bekicele.
That is correct. I was also part of a meeting that had been arranged by our lawyers with Mr. Bekicele.
And next paragraph.
Paragraph 6, the reason we decided to instruct Mr. Shozi was mainly the frustration and the difficulty we encountered from police authorities in the province. We were frustrated, paragraph 7, sorry, we were frustrated that our members were being killed by the police, and it appeared that the same story would be peddled, that it was they who were attempting to kill the police. Paragraph 8, we tried to get hold of Commissioner Hamilton Ngidi involved so that we could understand what was going on, but to no avail. Paragraph 9, we attempted to contact Mr. Bekicele on our own, but our efforts did not yield any positive results. Paragraph 10, our lawyer eventually arranged a meeting with Mr. Bekicele, and the meeting took place, although I cannot remember the date. 11, at the meeting, we informed Mr. Bekicele about our concern that our members were being murdered from left, right, and center, and the same excuse was being used, that they had been trying to grab a firearm or that they were shooting at the police. Paragraph 12, we also requested Mr. Kele to intervene and stop the killing of our members. If any of them were being sought, our attorneys should be contacted and they be processed in terms of the law. We also informed him that we requested a list of the members who were sought by the police. Paragraph 13, Mr. Bekicele make it clear to us that he just did not care about the death of our members. He boasted that, to use his words, amanzi atungekile, izingwenya zingathanda ukubhukuda kuwona. This means that he was happy that his members were killing our members. The reason for the killing was that our association had elements or something of the sort. Paragraph 14.
I'm not sure if you understand Zulu, what that phrase means. Do you know?
What was mostly informed to us amanzi adungekile.
Yes.
The water is muddied, if you want to swim with the crocodiles in the muddied water,
Yes.
you'll be dealt with.
Yes, you've muddied the waters.
Yeah.
Now accept that you will be attacked by crocodiles.
You'll be dealt with by the crocodile.
Yes.
You're proficient in Zulu.
Chairperson, this was explained to us when we were there. I wanted to know what is ukudungeka, amanzi adungekile. We were told.
And they translated that to you.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I asked because I know you are a Motswana like me.
Go ntse jalo, Chair, ga ke bue puo e le eseng. But having worked in that area for some time, you tend to pick up here and there. But this one specifically, we were told about ukudungeka kwamanzi.
I do understand a little bit of that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just carry on after ukubhukuda kuwona.
This meant that he was happy that his members were killing our members. The reason for the killing was that our association had elements or something of the sort. Paragraph 14, Mr. Mkhize then inquired from Mr. Kele if he was also on the list of the so-called wanted, so he could hand himself in with his attorney. Paragraph 15, Mr. Kele told Mr. Mkhize to contact Commissioner Ngidi if he wanted that information. He further told Mr. Mkhize that his attorney would not be informed. If he has to be arrested, he would just be arrested. He confirmed that there was a list of the wanted. Commissioner Ngidi could be contacted about the list. We left the meeting very disappointed. Our hopes of preventing further deaths were there and there dashed. Paragraph 16. We thereafter decided to instruct our lawyers to bring an application for an interdict to prevent the police from killing Mr. Mkhize, because it became clear to us that indeed the police wanted to kill Mr. Mkhize. Paragraph 17. A few months later, our worst fears were confirmed because despite the interdict, the police shot and killed Mr. Mkhize. This is still a sore point in our association.
Yes. Now, I think last week we dealt with the fact that Cato Mano had a license to kill because they reported to their provincial bosses, but there was no intervention. But now they seem to be reporting it even at a higher level. And even there, the response is, you've muddied the waters, now accept that the crocodiles will come for you.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, is this one of the statements you had in the docket?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now then, the last...
Maybe just for clarity, at the time this statement or these meetings were held, what was the position of Mr. Bekicele then?
Chairperson, at the time he was the Provincial Commissioner of Police.
Was Bekicele ever the Provincial Commissioner? I thought he was... I saw somewhere that he was the MEC for police. Yes.
Oh yes, MEC, not. my apologies, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
The last statement is a statement taken from the docket at DC 000252. And this comes from Mr. Sibusiso William Zungu. Who is Mr. Sibusiso William Zungu?
He's a detective inspector in the employment of the South African Police, stationed at Durban Organized Crime. At the time, he was attached to the Political Violence Task Team.
Yes. Did you have to deal with him in the context of this investigation?
Yes, we had to deal with him.
Yes. Did you speak to him?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Yes. So, what was his role?
He was the investigating officer of Tembeka case 113 of 1 of 2009, the murder of Wellington Mbongeleni Zondi, who was a chief, was an Inkosi, who was shot and killed at Z section Umlazi Township in Durban.
Yes. Maybe you should read out what his statement says.
He states, Chairperson, from paragraph 3, during the course of my investigation, information became available through an informer network indicating various names of suspects that were involved in the planning regarding the killing of Nkosi Zondi. The chairman of Mapumulo Taxi Association, Mr. Bongani Mkhize, was among those who conspired to kill Nkosi Zondi. Paragraph 4, the information further indicated that one of the suspects among those who carried out the killing was at Stenger taxi rank. I proceeded to Stenger taxi rank with the assistance of members from the National Intervention Unit, and the suspect was arrested. Paragraph 5, on the following day, the information was provided to me regarding the second suspect who allegedly partook in the killing of Nkosi Zondi, and it was indicated that he was at Stenger taxi rank. This operation was also conducted with the assistance of the National Intervention Unit, and the suspect was arrested at Stenger taxi rank. Both operations were paragraph 6, sorry, Chairperson. Both operations were conducted by myself with the assistance of members from the National Intervention Unit as they were deployed at Stenger and surrounding areas.
Yes, if you could just stop there for a second. Now, you remember we went through this evidence last week that the killing of both Mr. Superintendent Kongo and Nkosi Zondi was ascribed to members of KwaMaphumulo and a taxi association, and became used to justify the shootings.
That is correct.
Now, but the IO has come with a different account of where the killing took place from.
That is correct, Chair.
And what does he say the sources of this killing were?
The information indicated that among those who carried the killing was members of
In paragraph 4 and in paragraph 5, he's told us exactly where these people were collected.
Yes, at the Stenger taxi rank.
Yes. And paragraph 7, can you read out there?
Paragraph 7 reads, it was my intention to, at some stage in the future, to question Mr. Bongani Mkhize with regards to the information on hand, including certain information provided to me by various sources of information. In the interim, my focus was extensive search for other suspects that were identified to me as the ones who carried out the killing.
If you can stop there, I mean, the IO is clear here that, look, at some point I might interview Mr. Mkhize, but for now, I want to speak to the people that have been said to me are the killers.
Yes.
Yes. All right, and then following page.
Paragraph 8, which follows on the next page. Whilst I was busy conducting the second operation at Stenger, I heard on the radio that Mr. Bongani Mkhize was shot and killed at Umgeni by the police. On my arrival back from Stenger, I was informed by somebody of the killing of Mr. Bongani Mkhize, but I cannot recall who that was. Paragraph 9, I did not attend the scene where Bongani Mkhize was fatally wounded. I was not aware of any operation regarding the tracing of Bongani Mkhize, nor did I request anybody to trace Bongani Mkhize. I did not request any of the shooters to trace Bongani Mkhize.
Yes. Thank you. Now, I mean, a statement like this coming from the person actually responsible for the investigation of the murder, saying this is not a person I'm looking for right now, and these people that weren't looking for him are not even authorized as part of the investigation. Bearing in mind that the version given is that Mr. Mkhize is sought by the police and Nkcukaitobi are doing the investigation. What is your evidence on that score?
It is disheartening that people who are not involved in that investigation would do this kind of work, and it would end up with the killing of Mr. Mkhize, of Bongani Mkhize.
Yes. Could we move on to the next docket?
Sorry, before you move, I have a few questions for clarity.
Yes.
We are here talking about Chief Bongeleni Zondi. Can the witness, if he can, give us the connection between Chief Bongeleni Zondi and one of the main characters at GSM 23? I'll get his name. Is it the same Bongeleni Zondi who had taxis and at GSM 23? There is a reference to Bongeleni Zondi who had taxis within Stenga Taxi Association, who was always with Sanele Zondi, who collected money and took it to the Katomena members.
The
Oh.
page.
I'm reading this with 1A 306.
Oh.
GSM 23.
There is one, it's 305, paragraph 4, I thought.
Because there is a story that at some stage someone heard that the other one is going to be made a permanent chief and organized for their death. Is there a connection there? Or I'm reading too much?
Yes, well, paragraph 12 is...
Paragraph
is
12,
what
yes.
you are referring to, yes. The identity starts at paragraph 4. Bongeleni Zondi had a taxi within Stenga Taxi Association.
So my question is this Bongeleni Zondi referred to at paragraph 4, the same chief Bongeleni Zondi?
Can you answer?
That is correct, Chairperson. The same, we refer to him as Nkosi Zondi.
So Bongeleni Zondi was a member of Katomena unit, according to the last sentence at paragraph 3 of the same GSM 23.
Yes, he was a former, he used to be part of...
He used to be a
Katomena.
Police officer and
That is correct.
a part of Katomena.
That is correct, and at the time, then he was now a chief.
Pardon me for that, because the names just were confusing.
Yes. No, thank you, Madam Baloy. Yes, in fact, the two go together, that statement and the statement of Mr. Zongo.
That is correct.
Mr. Zongo says, I was not looking for this man.
Yes.
You know. But he's then killed on the pretext that he's a suspect that is being sought.
That is so in a case that I am investigating.
Yes. Thank you. Could I move on to Mr. Ndimande?
But before you move,
Yes.
sorry. The chairperson of Mapumulo Taxi Association, Mr. Bongani Mkize, was amongst those who conspired to kill Nkosi Zondi, according to Zungu's statement.
That is correct, Chair.
And then the people who were eventually arrested, and emphasis being on arrest because they were not killed, they were actually arrested, are members of the Stenga Taxi Association.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And paragraph 4 says actually Mr. Zondi has a taxi at Stenga.
Yes.
So he is allegedly killed by one of his own.
Yes.
Thank you. May we proceed to...
Before you proceed, Council, the statement that you have just dealt with now of Mr. Zungu, where in the list of your index, your annexures, does it appear?
No, it doesn't appear, Madam Chair.
It does not
No,
appear.
we've extracted this from the docket itself.
Please remind your juniors to prepare the list of exhibits, because we have been handing in loose documents
Yes.
that are not appropriately marked as exhibits,
Yes.
and they must please remember to provide that list
Yes.
and then name these documents appropriately as per our instructions to the evidence leaders
Yes,
for
Madam Chair.
consistency.
Yes, thank you. We shall.
Thank you.
Thank you. May we move to the next docket, which is that one of Mr. Sibongiseni demand at the murder of Mr. Sibongiseni demand at paragraph 146 to 156 of your statement.
I am the Chairperson.
Yes. Now, can you give us a narrative of this murder?
Chairperson, these incidents are covered in counts 25 to 30 of the indictments, and the accused that are mentioned, that are related thereto, are mentioned in paragraph 147. But specifically, your question is dealt with on paragraph 148 on page 1-42. On 23rd of May 2009, the deceased was found in his house in the bedroom, slumped against the bed. On the right-hand side of the bed, with gunshot wounds to his face and body. Paragraph 149, the police were searching for suspects who were allegedly involved in the killing of Nkosi Zondi. The police came to the deceased's house in New Germany. The deceased, while sleeping in the bedroom with his wife, was woken up by noises caused by the police attempts to open the main door of the house. Paragraph 150. According to the deceased wife, Nokpiwa Zanele Mataba, she handed their baby, who was in the bed with her and the deceased, to the deceased and proceeded to the main door of the house. As she opened the door, the police burst into the house. At the time, the deceased approached the door from the direction of the bedroom, holding the baby against his bare chest. Paragraph 151. The police instructed the deceased to hand the baby to Nokpiwa, and accused number 9, Olifir, shoved Nokpiwa and the baby through the main door outside, while the other police officers took the deceased into the bedroom. As Nokpiwa was in the doorway, she had gunshots from the bedroom. The police alleged that the deceased was reaching for a firearm and they opened fire on the deceased. Parayaki, accused 2, fired 2 shots with an R5 rifle. Stolz, accused 3, fired shots with a Z88 pistol. And Van Tonder, accused 16, fired shots with a 9mm Beretta pistol. The gunshot wounds on the deceased arm indicate the deceased defensively raising his arms in an attempt to block the bullets. Paragraph 154, a firearm was placed on the foot of the bed. The ballistic crime scene reconstruction report dispels the notion or version that the prosecution team was wrong to conclude that the aforesaid firearm was planted. The deceased was a family member of Magogela and Nkabinde. The deceased in count 8 to 12. I attach here 2 photos of the scene marked GSM 25.
Yes, now I want to look at GSM 26 because you've been recapitulating the version of Ms. Nokupiwa Madaba, which is 1A325. Yes, 1A325. And GSM 26.
I am the chairperson.
Yes. Whose statement is that?
It's a statement of Nokupiwa Zanele Madaba,
And
whose
what is
name I just read.
yes, what is their connection with the case we've just looked at?
She is the deceased wife.
Yes. Now, she explains what happened that night.
The wife to Nkosi Zondi.
That is correct. The deceased that we are referring to.
No, the deceased is, in this case, is in demand. Paragraph 146 to 156 of your statement.
Paragraph 146.
146 to 156 of your statement.
Council is the paragraph 151 of the statement refers to Nokupiwa.
Yes.
And 50, according to the deceased wife, Nokupiwa Zanele Madaba.
Yes, that's the statement at 1A325.
Yes. I beg your pardon, GSM 26?
26, yes.
That is correct.
Rather.
Yes. Yes.
Is she the wife to Nkosi Zondi?
Madam Chair, she is the wife to Sibongiseni Badumile and Demande, the deceased in Pinetown, case 1005-2009.
Let's have a look at paragraph 149 and 150. It's confusing me because after referring to the deceased, the killing of Nkosi Zondo in paragraph 149 at page 42 of the affidavit, and the statement continues at 150. According to the deceased wife, which deceased there in paragraph 150?
That is that's Mr. Ndimande.
Mr. Ndimande?
Yes, yes.
Not Nkosi Zondo?
No, not Nkosi Zondo. is used because they claim to have been looking for his killers
Yes.
when they murdered the deceased.
Yes, thank you.
Chairperson, the heading on count 25 to 30 is the killing of Sibongiseni Batumile and Demande. So we're dealing with that killing of on page 1-41. So yes, because of
Count
25 to 30, just underneath paragraph 145,
Yes.
the heading is the killing
Oh,
of
yes.
Sibongiseni Batumile and Demande
Yes,
in Pinetown
that
case.
heading. Yes, thank you
So
very
the
much. Thank you very much. I understand.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
You were at GSM 26. I needed you to just explain to the panel the version of the eyewitness who was present there at the scene,
Yes.
who is the lady that's carrying a baby
Yes.
when the Keitomano officers barge in.
Burst into the house.
Yes.
Nokpiwa Zanele Madaba states as follows, paragraph 3. I am an adult female with this ID numbers, at the time residing at that address in New Germany. And employed, I'll leave the employment. On the 23rd of May 2009, at about 02 hours in the morning, I was asleep in my bedroom at the above address, where I reside with my fiancé and my 2 children. Whilst I was asleep in the main bedroom with my baby that sleeps in the cot, and the writing is,
And my younger child that sleeps with me.
oh, and my younger child that sleeps with me in my bed. I heard a sound of someone breaking the front gate to the premises. I then got out of bed and I went to the other room to
Wake my husband up.
to wake my husband up. Counsel, you see it better
No, just
than me.
continue reading. We don't have the whole afternoon.
And I told him that someone
yeah.
was trying to break the gate. My husband then got up and went through to the main bedroom. I then followed him to the main bedroom. I noticed that he was not wearing any clothes, so I went to my room to get my pair of pants
To that
for
a
him.
pair of pants.
Say again, Counsel.
A pair of pants for
To
him.
get a pair of pants for him. Thank you. When I got back to my room with the pants, I noticed that my husband was walking back to the bedroom door from the window. My husband did not say anything and
took
the pants from me and put it on. I then closed my bedroom door. My husband and myself then stood behind the bedroom door. My baby was still asleep on the cot, and my younger child was still asleep in my bed. An unknown W male, that white male,
Shouted.
shouted, open the door. It was actually I can't see that word, lot of people shouting, open the door. My husband then told me to wake up my baby and to give the baby to him. I then woke my baby and handed the baby to him. I then opened the bedroom door. My husband was standing behind the door with my baby. Before I opened the door, my husband and myself shouted at the people,
Outside.
people outside the bedroom door, thank you, Council, that they must leave us alone as we had children. The people shouted at me to open the door. I then opened the door. The door was not locked. When I opened the door, I noticed 3 bright lights and guns being pointed at me. I then got a fright and stepped back into
To the room.
the room. My husband, thank you. My husband then came out from behind the door with my baby in his arms. He then said, please guys, don't kill me. I have a small baby. At that time, I was standing next to him. Paragraph 7. All the people then said that my husband must give the baby to me. My husband then refused to give the baby to me. I can't see that word, Indian male then took the baby from my husband and threw the baby to me. An unknown, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I then caught the baby. The Indian male then told me to get out of the bedroom, and I told him that I have another child in the bed in the bedroom. An unknown white male then told me to get the other child and to get out of the room. I then took my baby
And my other child.
and my other child and went out of the bedroom. I then started to walk
Yes. Down the passage.
down the passage as I
Wood.
as I would to get out of the house. As I got out of the house next to the
Got out of the lounge.
as I got out of the lounge, next to the as I went the bench to the kitchen, I heard gunshots behind me.
No, there's a number there.
I had 6 gunshots behind me. I then ran out of the house, holding my 2 children, screaming, please help. Please help me. I then ran to number 17, my neighbor, and I banged on the door shouting, "Please help me, please help me." Nobody came and answered my plea of help. I would then to state that whilst I was running to number 17, my neighbors, I had more gunshots. I then ran up the stairs to the sitting area. I then stood in the
Parking area.
parking area. I then noticed
Another unknown white male.
another unknown white male in the parking area, and I asked him what was wrong. He then said that they were police from Pinetown. He told me that they received a call that there was a criminal living at number 18, and they were looking for two males that was inside my flat. Came up to the parking lot. One of them asked me what was the name of the
surname.
What was the surname of my husband? I then said it was
Ska
Demande. The one then said, "Is it not Mkhize?" I then said, "No." The same two then went back to my flat. The Indian male who took my baby from my husband then came to the parking lot and asked me what I need from my flat. I then said I need the shoes and
A jacket.
a jacket
For my son.
for my son. Thank you. I also needed my gown. I then asked him for my cell phone. He asked me what my cell phone number was, and I said that it was under the pillow. No, where my cell phone was, and I said under the pillow. He then went to the flat and brought all the items to me except my cell phone. I noticed the other white male holding my cell phone, and I asked him for my phone. He refused to give me my phone. He asked me who I wanted to call. I then said that I wanted to phone my husband.
My husband's brother.
My husband's brother, thank you. He said he was not allowed to give me the cell phone. And he then told me to show him the numbers on my phone. I then showed him the numbers and I walked away. Paragraph 8. I then asked the supervisor of the flat to contact my sister. She came back to me and told me that the police does not want us to phone again. Another white male came to me and told...
Anyone? Is that not to phone anyone?
Oh, not to phone anyone. Yes, yes.
Yes, another white male.
Another white male came to me and told me to climb into the car as it was cold. I then placed my
Elder child.
elder child and put him on the back seat. The white male said that the baby will get flu from the cold and I must get into the car. I refused. I asked for a chair. They brought me a chair and I sat on the chair.
Outside the car.
I sat on the chair outside the car with my brother
Until
until my brother-in-law came. That is all that I can say.
Yes. Thank you. Now,
It was a difficult reading. Yeah.
if I can ask you to go to the pictures that appear immediately before that statement, starting with the there's an actual picture of this guy next to a bed. What page is that? Starting with photograph 18, which is what page?
I'm there.
Yes,
Chairperson?
yes, page 1A322. Yes, I found it.
I am there, Chairperson.
Do you have a recollection of this picture?
Yes, I do.
Yes. What are we seeing here?
We are seeing the bed and the deceased with the head slammed against the bed.
That's Mr. Ndimande.
That is correct.
Yes. And if you look at the position of the firearm, do we see it?
At the corner there, just on top of the bed,
Yes.
we can see the firearm. A closer picture thereof is the below photograph 19.
Yes. And the deceased appears to be covered from the waist to the knees with what appears to be a duvet. Can you see that?
That is correct.
Why is that so? Was he not wearing any shorts?
No, he was not wearing anything.
Yes. So was he naked?
That is correct.
Yes. And then at photograph 19, there is a closer picture of the so-called firearm.
That we see on the photo 18 at the corner.
Yes. And what did you establish as the prosecution team in relation to this firearm?
We established that this firearm was placed there. It wasn't there during the shooting, to create an impression that the deceased would be carrying a firearm and posing a threat to the life of the police.
Yes. Now, I just want to ask you something about this. This is the fourth time we are seeing a black man naked and having been executed, apparently, and sometimes with a family, sometimes alone. Do you have any comment on this, on why a lot of these people are actually naked?
Chairperson, what we were told at the time was the majority of them knew that the Ketomena police were looking for them. and then they would sleep naked, so that when they get out of bed, they are with their hands like this. No one would say there is anything hidden anyway. We were told that they were sleeping naked just so that it should be clear from the beginning when they wake up that they don't have any firearm or any weapon to threaten anyone.
Just one thing, you spoke about the hands like this, and please just explain how they look like,
Oh,
so
yes.
that it goes onto the record.
When I said like hands like this, I said with their hands away from their bodies, so that they are not even with their armpits hiding anything. So with their hands just hanging to show that they don't have anything in their possession.
Yeah. You show the both arms stretched out
Yes.
and open, no fists. Am I
Yes.
correct?
That
Thank
is
you.
that is correct.
And you say that if you got wind that Kato Mano is looking for you, you intentionally slept naked,
That is correct.
and the purpose is to demonstrate that you pose no danger.
That is correct, Chair.
And when they come, you get out of bed and you open your arms and open your hands.
Consistent with that intention, just to show that I am not posing any threat to you.
Yes. Now, Madam Chair, there are further pictures of the scene which are not included in the statement, but they are in the docket. You will see behind you, Mr. Maema, starting at PT 0051. And particularly at photograph 29.
Yes, Chair.
You'll see there is a yellow wall there that has blood stains in it.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And there is a,
You're going ahead of us?
oh, sorry. PT 0051.
Is that photo 28,
29, Madam Chair.
29? Council.
Yes, may we proceed? Thank you. So we are still at picture 29, and I was identifying one feature of it, which is the blood stains on the yellow wall.
That is what Captain Mangena would refer to as blood splatters
Yes.
on the wall,
Yes.
just above the head on the yellow wall.
Yes. And his head is actually lodged between the wall and the bed.
It's actually slammed
Yes.
against the wall and the bed.
Yes. And there's a toy there. He had a small child.
That is correct, Chair.
And another one was sleeping in the cot.
That is correct.
And then there is a close-up one at 31, photograph 31. That's
That is correct, Chair.
closer head picture. Yes. And then from a different angle, the next one at photograph 32. Demonstrating his head injuries
And the blood that had now flown from the head, and the one that was imprinted on the wall when the head was against the wall in the corner of the bed.
yes. This picture, requires a little bit of comment because the image that is given to us by the police is that they are under attack. But it's unclear why you would sort of lie to that level if you are attacking them. Wouldn't you have to stand up if you are trying to shoot at the police?
You would have to stand up and stand for yourself.
Yes.
Here you can see that there wasn't any attack from Mr. Ndimande,
Yes.
from Badumile Ndimande.
Yes. If you look at just the positioning of the head.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I thought there's one at 33. Yes, this is the one. I think 33 comes before 32.
This is the one where the head is slumped against the bed and the yellow wall.
Yes. And you referred to what I call the blood stains as the blood splatters.
Yes, yes.
What is the significance of that change in language from a stain to a splatter?
When a blood splatter means as the body would knock against the back of the wall and then the blood would splatter towards the
Yes.
as opposed to blood
mere
flow.
stain, yeah, flowing.
Yes.
Yes. In other words, the splatter is more active.
That it's more active.
Yes. Yes. Well, they go on 34, 35, but it's just horror after horror. There's probably no point in. But there's one with the hand where the bullet hits the hand. Yes. Now the one that I would like your comment on is photograph 39. I would recall that in your statement you say that he was trying to block the bullets from hitting him.
Yes, ordinarily when there is an attack, you try and ward it off with your hand. So that is some of the injuries. That is how some of the injuries on the hands were sustained as you trying to ward off the bullets coming your way.
Coming to your face.
Yes.
Well, given that this is a 5.56 millimeter high caliber bullet, it sounds pretty desperate to use your hands.
It is, but ordinarily what happens when you attack, that is what happens. You're hoping your hands will assist, and they can't stand the brutal force of an R5 bullet.
Thank you.
Advocate Nkcukaitobi, before you move away from the photographs, you referred to photograph 19 at A1322, that is on the bed.
Yes.
That one. And I want to take us back to is it Nokpiwe? Her affidavit, Nokpiwe's affidavit. That is the wife
Yes.
to the deceased.
Yes.
The picture that she painted is she had 2 little children.
Yes.
So she was sleeping in a separate bedroom. The husband was sleeping in another bedroom. That was the picture. She said one child was in the cot, the other child was on the bed with her. And when she heard the noise, she went to the husband's bedroom. What I'm not sure of is this bed where we see the gun. Is it in the wife's bedroom or in the husband's bedroom? And I'll tell you why I asked that question. If it is in the wife's bedroom, it would be bizarre for the husband to keep the gun in the wife's bedroom. But also, it would still be bizarre for for Mr. Nkabinde to be shot at the opposite end from the gun that he is supposedly trying to shoot the police with. Because if it was on the bed and not in his hands, the first police officer who would have gone in would have maybe kicked it away, not leave it just lying there. But if he was using it, he would have been using it at a very strange manner or angle because it's too far away from him. If we can get clarity, 1, is it in the same bedroom, in his bedroom? 2, the position of the gun.
Yes, it's actually photograph 19, Advocate Maema. Sorry, photograph 18. That's the one just before that. Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
So you can see the distance between Mr. Nkabinde and the alleged weapon.
Chairperson, the bedroom that we're talking about is the bedroom where Mr. Badumile Nkabinde was sleeping, separate from where the wife and the children were. And the next question is, the firearm was placed there. It's coincidental that it was placed there. One would have expected them to place it next to closer to his hands to denote that he was handling it. But that is what it was. It was just placed there. But the firearm was never there in the first place. It was placed there to create an impression that he would be firing at them.
To understand which bedroom it was, shouldn't we reflect on the statement made by the deceased wife? If I'm not mixing it up with the other statement, it appears that when the husband walked out naked, she then picked up with something, a trouser, and then he saw him coming back through the window. And he came and then he handed the pens to him and he dressed up, and then at one stage he handed the baby to him and then they stood behind the door.
That is correct.
It may well be that it is at that time when he took the baby and they hid behind the door in the wife's bedroom, because you can see the toy there.
Oh, that toy, yes.
Yes. But you remember, he walked out naked, went out. She got some pens to give to him.
Oh, yes, yes.
She saw him through the window coming back, and he handed the pens to him. He dressed up,
Yes.
and was there. He took the baby. They then hid behind the door. So it could be that when he came back, he went to the bedroom of the wife.
It is possible. Chair.
Now you see the toy there.
Yes, yes.
So they must have been behind the door at the wife's bedroom.
Yes, that is.
Is
that
it possible?
That is.
When you look at the sequence of events.
Yes, yes, yes. When one looks at the sequence of the event, but in particular, Chairperson, I think the toy that is there, and it's only not one toy. It looks like there is something in green and yellow next to the yellow car there. It look. I think I'm mistaken when I say it's the other bedroom. It's a bedroom where the wife and the children are.
But that yellow thing looks like the toy of a child.
That is so. That is so.
So that, if you look at that sequence, it could be that this is the bedroom of the wife, where she was sleeping with the children.
That is so, Chief.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Actually, Mr. Ramukhale points out there are actually more toys at photograph 30. Yes. So it's not just I think that's the bus, the yellow bus.
Yes.
And then there are other toys.
There are other toys that signifies that it is the bedroom of where the children would ordinarily play.
Which then might bring one to the conclusion that it is highly improbable that Mr. Nkabinde would leave his gun in the wife's bedroom, especially where there are children, and also if he were to protect his homestead or his house, he would have to first go to the wife's room to pick up a gun. It really doesn't make sense.
Yes, Chairperson, it does.
Unless if he was hiding the gun.
Yes. He's not doing a good job of hiding it if he's putting it on top of the bed.
But then it shows the person that put it there didn't do thinking, just placed it there without a calculated placing.
What kind of people are these? I mean, that kill parents in the presence of their children?
Sick people that are just over what do you call it? Over concerned with just killing. And Chairperson, I was cautioned about. So when I did most of the presentation, I would talk about killing of black people, and I would feel sad because I'm a black person. So when police kill black people in the manner that black people were killed in this manner, I feel very sad. Because I was...
Well, I mean, of all of the deceased, there are 28 of them. They are all African men.
Chairperson, the indictment has 28. You should remember that we only focus on those where there are some evidence. There are lots of others which didn't have evidence, that we didn't.
Yes. There is a letter. I'll show it to you if you want, if the evidence leaders raise an issue, from Mary DeHaas to Advocate Shamila Batohi, where she says, would you have responded in the same nonchalant way if the victims were not black? You know, she never responded to that letter.
Yeah, but the fact that such a lot of black people were killed there, it really, till today, saddens me.
Yes.
Brigadier Nkcukaitobi, I think these matters are just difficult for all of us. I think we must take an adjournment to pause. Just 15 minutes until 4:45.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Maema.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Chauke. Advocate Maema, we understand.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You have lived very close to these matters over the years, and here you are now, rewinding this history, and we understand your distress.
Thank you, Chairperson.
And obviously, these things are taking us, most of us, down the memory lane
Yes,
of
yes,
the many years ago.
yes.
No life is cheap.
That is so, Chief.
You may
Chairperson.
proceed, Advocate Nkcukaitobi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Maema, I want to skip many of these instances and that are dealt with in your statement. I'm going to go to the case of Mr. Nkabinde, because just like the ones I've chosen, it has something unique. We will deal with it when we get to it.
The case of Mr.
Nkabinde. Now, I'll
Oh,
tell you
Nkabinde.
where it is. Once I get clarity from the position of the evidence leaders around their position on the docket, I will decide whether to go through everything or to stick to the 4 I've chosen for today. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand,
Yes.
Chairperson. Thank you.
So Mr. Nkabinde's case is in your statement at paragraph 212, page 1/55.
I am the person.
Yes. Now, this is the case of Kwamashu, CAS 69811-2009.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Prince Sakile Nkabinde, otherwise known as Mtago, was killed.
That is so.
Yes. Now, can you just give us context to this in your own words?
Chairperson, the context is placed on from paragraph 214 on page 1-56.
Yes, no, I thought, initially you used to tell us the accused are so and so before you go into that one.
Yes, the accused are mentioned in paragraph 2 and 3.
Yes.
Accused 2, Mr. Parayaki. Accused 3, Mr. Stoltz. And accused 4, Mr. Mostert.
All right. Thank you.
On paragraph 214, on 26 November 2009, the deceased was found lying on the bed in his house in the company of his girlfriend. Paragraph 215, the police first secured 2 suspects who directed them to the deceased house. The police were driving a Kombi. On the identification of the house, the police alighted and went into the house. And this suspect had gunshots. Paragraph 216, one police officer, Mr. Mostert, accused 4, came back to the Kombi to fetch his Bombay. That is he refers as his toy firearm. He reached under, it's not a toy firearm, it's a firearm, but he refers to it as Bombay. He reached under the driver's seat and took out one firearm from a bag of firearms and ran back into the house. 217, Adrian Stoltz, accused 3, said in his warning statement that the suspect drew a firearm and fired shots. Parayaki, accused 2, says the suspect produced a firearm and pointed it at them. And that is when he decided to fire at the suspect.
Yes, if you just stop there for now. Here, what are you witnessing between the different accounts? These were the same people in the same incident.
That is so.
So how are they explaining the incident?
Well, the one says the suspect drew a firearm and fired shots. The suspect drew a firearm and fired shots. the one says produced the firearm and pointed it at them. So the difference there is the one says the one shot and the one says just pointed at them.
Yes. Thank you very much. Carry on.
Sergeant Behari of the ballistic unit of the forensic science laboratory found that the revolver was defective. Yakubu Stale, a ballistic reconstruction expert, stated that the deceased was in a lying position with his head on the pillow when he was shot at. Copies of the statement of Sergeant Behari and the ballistic report of Mr. Stale are attached as annexures GSM 36 and GSM 37 respectively.
All right. Can we just go to those GSM 36? At 1A 443.
One A
443, that's the first one. Now, in GSM 36, and this is now the forensic expert of the police themselves.
That is correct, Chairperson. That is Sergeant Behari, who's attached to the forensic ballistic unit of the South African Police Service as a forensic analyst.
Yes. Yes. Now, there is a specific paragraph I want you to read to the record, which you will find at 1A stroke 445.
That is correct. I'm there.
Yes. So that first paragraph, what does it say?
On the 10th of March 2010, during the performance of my duties, I received a sealed evidence bag with a serial number from the case administration. It contained the following exhibits, and he lists them. There are 4.
And then what is that first exhibit?
The first is the .38 SPL caliber Taurus revolver with a serial number obliterated.
And marked it.
And he then continued to mark it with a number and an E, in a letter E.
Yes. Now, we will come back to this obliteration and the significance when we go to the statement of the eyewitness who was there.
Yes.
But what did she make out of that in paragraph 5, that same page?
I examined the revolver mentioned in 3.1 and found that the transfer bar of the revolver mentioned in 3.1 is broken, and because of this, it is not able to discharge ammunition.
Yes. Thank you. That is the, if you go to 1A447, that's the statement of Miss or Mr. Aventha Behar, or Sergeant Behar,
Yes.
who says, I've examined this revolver, which was put in the evidence bag, and it's defective.
That is so.
Yes. Then you have the statement of the next expert at GSM 37, the following page at 1A443, which is Mr. Jacobus Stale.
Yes.
Sorry, but before you move on, you are dealing with 3.1.
Yes.
The .38. Is it? I don't know what SPL is. It's a special caliber Taurus revolver, which was found to be broken and it could not discharge ammunition.
Yes.
But then 3.4, or maybe let's start with 3.3, because 3.3 then talks to one caliber fired
Yes.
from the very same, is it from the very same .38? Or am I reading, am I reading it wrongly? 3.3 and 3.4 talks to whatever caliber cartridges fired from the very same piece that we are told that it is broken.
Defect.
Am I reading them correctly?
Chairperson, you are reading them correctly.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. So what? Yes, I wanted to take you to Mr. Jacobus Stale, 1A448.
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes, most of it is his CV. We've now seen the way he writes. He starts with his CV for the first 10 pages. And the statement usually starts much later. So we'll find that at 1A454.
Yes.
Yes. And paragraph 6 deals with the post-mortem.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, and whose post-mortem is that?
It's a post-mortem of the deceased, Mr. Sakile Prince Tabede.
Yes. And in the second paragraph there, what does it say? It says there were 3, so in his examination of the body, what was found?
There were 3 entrance wounds on the right hand and arm, which created further multiple re-entry wounds on the chest, neck, and face. There was 1 tangible wound of...
Tangential.
Say again, Councillor?
Tangential.
There was 1
sideways.
tangential wound of 57 times 6 millimeter on the upper right side of the face between the eye and ear. The X-ray revealed multiple small fragments which created a lead snowstorm effect in the chest, which is consistent with a 5.56 high velocity caliber fragmented bullets.
Yes. Now again, that 5.56 millimeter high velocity caliber, that's not a revolver, is it?
No, it's not a revolver.
This is an R5.
It's a rifle and R5.
Yes, thank you. And that takes us back to the question then that was raised earlier, that there's a non-functional revolver with bullets on the scene. But actually, what killed the deceased is a bullet from an R5.
Yes, you can see from the kind of wound that it causes.
Yes. Now, what does that tell you about the scene in relation to whether it's contaminated or not?
Well, the scene is contaminated. The firearm was introduced into the scene later. It wasn't there in the first place.
Yes, thank you.
The revolver that we spoke about.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, then, if you skip a page, you go to 1A456. You have what is called scene photographs taken by the LCRC.
That is correct, Chair.
If you skip that first paragraph, because it's consistent with what you read earlier, but just look at the second paragraph, which starts with medium and high velocity.
Medium and high velocity blood splatter visible on the headboard is consistent with the wounding of the deceased in a lying position on the bed.
Yes. Now, just stop there. I mean, look at the pictures where it says see photographs below. If you look at those pictures.
Yes. Those pictures are horrible. I mean,
Yes, well, no, yes, I understand, but I just want to talk about what the expert is saying, that this is consistent with someone shot in a lying position on a bed.
Yes, medium and high velocity blood spatter visible on the head is consistent with the wounding of the deceased in a lying position on the bed,
Yes. Are those pictures, what do they depict?
which is not, it depicts somebody who is helpless, not somebody who is attacking, who is in an attacking mode.
Now, there are three pictures there. There is the main one that shows a person who is lying on bed in a literally pool of blood.
That is correct.
And then there's a smaller picture on the left side where there is this. What kind of a firearm is that?
That is a revolver.
Yes. And then there is the smaller picture again on the right side.
Which shows it is a closer picture of the head and neck area.
Yes. Now, we've seen the police own expert commenting about a revolver, that this is a non-functional revolver.
Yes.
And then you go forward to paragraph 8, the following page, 1A, 457.
Councillor, I'm sorry, before you proceed, if we were to go back to Sergeant Behari's, is it a report? It's at GSM 36.
Yes.
This is a surgeon attached to the police force, attached to the ballistic section of the SAPS.
That is correct, Chair.
Now look at paragraph 3 there. The opening line says on 2010, October the 3rd, during the performance of my official duties, I received a sealed evidence bag.
That is correct. Chairperson, it's the 10th of March, not the 3rd of October.
The 10th of March.
Yes, Chair.
I beg your pardon. Yes, thank you. He says that he received a sealed evidence bag
That is correct.
with that number that appears there, FSC-1191739, from the case administration of the ballistic section containing the following exhibits.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, the ballistic section he is referring to, which one will that be? Will that include Mr. Stale's ballistic report?
Yes, that is the same section, but the section has various. The ballistic section has case administration and also has case analysis. So the cases would be received at case administration, and then we'll proceed to case analysis, where then the analyst would then do the analysis.
And who would have collated the evidence bag material?
The evidence bag would have been put together by an official, a police officer on the scene, would have collected it and sealed it into this sealed bag.
And Sergeant Behari would have prepared this report based entirely on the evidence bag
on the sealed evidence bag that he received.
only.
Not on anything else.
She would not have had regard to Mr. Stale's report?
Not at all.
What probative value therefore should be attached to her report, Sergeant Behari's report.
Chairperson, the value attached to the report is that the
Probative value.
yes, the evidential value thereof is that this firearm is not capable of firing.
Not just the firearm, the entire report.
Yes.
If you base your report on a single piece of evidence,
Yes.
if I may put it that way, and you disregard the expert's report, the expert would have visited the scene, and you disregard or you don't even make mention of it, what should we make of that report of hers? Should we attach any weight to it, in simple terms?
Chairperson, the way that you attach to it is this a firearm? Can it fire or can it not fire? Without, because if you're going to have regard as to what the people at the scene are saying, it might influence your finding. Instead of doing your job and checking whether this thing is a firearm or not, you would be influenced. So rather exercise, use your skill that you have been equipped with to determine whether it is a firearm or not, without regard to whether this thing, this object that you're looking at, actually fired rounds or didn't fire rounds. So you just look at the mechanics of the item to determine whether it is capable of firing or not.
But look at her experience there. Because you seem to be just focusing on the broken firearm. And
Yes.
to me, she was given a bag.
Yes.
And as an expert who has received in-service training in the following aspect of forensic ballistic science, then you look at those features of her in-service training.
Yes.
Identification of ammunition, use of microphone, you go on and on and on. Next page. Crime scene examination and recording techniques. You see that? Next page.
I can see that.
2.1.15. Crime scene examination and recording
Techniques.
And documentation of examination results. Internal forensic ballistics. Intermediate forensic ballistics. External forensic ballistics. Terminal forensic ballistics, etc., etc.
Yes.
So, as somebody who has not visited the crime scene and is experienced in relation to these matters, shouldn't she have had regard to the ballistic expert report of Mr. Stale?
Considering what the experience that he has from just the training that he has, the internal forensic, he also explained what it is, intermediary as well as external. He was able and capable and well qualified to do more, but all he did was just to check whether the mechanisms of the firearm, without applying his extensive forensic knowledge that he appears to be having in paragraph 2.
Then my question again, what weight question again. What weight should we attach to Sergeant Behari's report, if any?
Chairperson, it depends on what the investigators on the covering letter have asked him to do. If they had specifically...
No. I'm talking about the
Or
panel.
the weight.
Yes, we have to make an assessment of this evidence. I'm asking you about the evidential value, the probative value of this evidence, because it has been referred to us, and what should we
Yes.
make of it? If you juxtapose this to the ballistic report of Mr. Stale,
Chairperson, the official could have done more, but only did a limited. So it is of a limited evidential value. And the official could have done more, it would have been more useful.
yes, thank you.
I have a follow-up, and I hope it clarifies the mist that might be in my mind, in my brain. Behari says, or Sergeant Behari, says he is it a he or she?
It's a he.
It's a he. Received a bag, a sealed evidence bag.
Yes.
Obviously from the scene of crime,
That is correct.
where someone was murdered.
Yes.
Did in the items listed at 3.1 to 3.4, is there any cartridge and guns that were discharged by the police officers? Guns and cartridges that were discharged by the police officers. And while you are there, tell us the procedure that needs to be followed where there is a crime scene and ballistics are involved. What do we seal in the evidence bag? What do we take for ballistic evaluation and for the purposes of a ballistic report?
Chairperson, what ordinarily happens is if you find cartridges and a firearm on the scene, you send all of them to the ballistic unit of the forensic lab for analysis and comparison. And ordinarily what they do is when they receive the firearm, then they take the firearm and they fire shots for test purposes. So those rounds that they have fired for test purposes, they keep separate from the rounds that they received from the scene. And then when they look at when a bullet is emitted from the barrel of the gun, the front part, because of the shape of the barrel, it will have some marks. So then what happens is those bullets that are collected on the scene are compared with the test bullets that were fired at the ballistic lab to see whether the marks that are caused on the test bullets are the same as the marks that are caused on the bullets that were collected from the scene. So then if the marks are identical, what they do is they look for 8 features.
Mr. Maema, just remember the question. I know it, when you know a subject, you may want to educate us about it. There will be another time to educate us about the marks discharged. But for now, is there any evidence that Ms. Behari considered the firearm that was used at the scene by the police?
No. Chairperson, remember, this revolver was placed there. Yes. So
I understand, but the question is there any evidence that she considered the firearm that was used? We know the firearm is described by Mr. Stale, 5.56 millimeter high velocity weapon.
Yes. No, there is no evidence that that firearm was analyzed.
Thank you for putting it simply for us. Took a long time to get there. Thank you.
Can you clarify the panel on who determines the scope of the forensic examiner? In this case, who would have determined the scope within which he would have to operate when he does or when he did the examination?
The investigating officer in the covering sheet, when the exhibits are sent, would determine the scope of the examination.
And he would be confined to work within the prescribed scope.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
I think just to complete this part, if we are at 1A457, uh, 457,
457.
under the heading ballistic statement. Are you there? Can you see the heading ballistic statement?
Just underneath paragraph 8.
Yes, and then just read the last sentence there.
The last sentence reads, the firearm used by the shootist was not tested and compared to the 5.56 cartridges cases found on the scene.
Yes, this is the whole point that's being raised, is that you now have a police expert where the main instrument used to kill is not tested in this so-called sealed evidence bag.
Yes.
Question then is what weight should be given to that evidence which excludes the only instrument that would be most useful?
Then we give it less to no weight.
Yes. Thank you. Can you explain, why would the police not test the firearm used? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Just that doesn't make sense. It's bizarre.
Yes.
Advocate Nkcukaitobi, before you go on, let me take you 2 pages back to paragraph 5, where it's headed statement.
Yes.
And Sergeant Behari says he received instructions from Mr. Kuba of the ICD.
No, so this is
it
Jacoba's stay.
Is it Jacoba State?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms.
Okay.
Behari gave the previous report.
Oh, okay. Then maybe the question that no. It would still apply if I go back to 8, where you've just said the shootist firearm was not tested because this is now the ICD, the present day IPIT, who are supposed to investigate any case where a civilian got shot by the police. But they gave instructions to this forensic ballistic person without making available the shootist firearm. What would that mean or imply? Mr. Maema, I'm reading paragraph 5 together with the last sentence at paragraph 8.
Oh, yes, that the firearm used by the shootist was not tested and compared with the 5.56 cartridges found on the scene.
And more so because the instruction comes from the Independent Complaints Directorate,
Yes.
the present day IPIT,
That is correct.
which in law is obliged to investigate any case where a civilian dies at the hands of the police?
Would be expected to go at least more in depth to uncover the mystery. Chairperson, it's
What explanation would you give, or what is the implication of this situation?
no, it's worrying. It's not satisfactory. You'd have expected the iPad to have done better.
I mean, isn't that the point being made? That it's not do better or do less. The law requires you
To do the right thing.
to do the right thing. The question here is whether they met the standards required of them by law.
No, they did not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I wanted to take you to a fuller set of these pictures and also the version of the eyewitness, because there was an eyewitness to this particular scene,
That is correct.
the wife of the deceased.
The deceased, yes.
Yeah, and that you will find at GSM 39.1 at 1A 466.
I am there, Chairperson.
Sorry. 1A 466.
GSM 39.1.
Yes, statement of client.
Statement of Denise Haley.
Yes. What? Okay, maybe just take us through the statement.
Denise Haley mentions her ID number. I'm a second year student at Eddington Hospital, living out. On Wednesday, the 25th of November 2009, I was at the deceased mother's house, which is at a number in Kwamashu. I've been in a relationship with him for approximately a year, and I'd been living with him.
Mr. Maema, I'm sorry to cut you, but I've just realized that there's a problem. The statement you're reading is cut off from page 1, so you have to look at file 2 of the black files. Yes, one of those, file 2,
I have file 2, Chairperson.
page 395.
395.
395. Right up to 405, just to see that the entire statement is there.
Oh, yes.
Yes, all right. So let's use this version rather.
Yes.
All right. So you can start at the beginning.
It's a statement of Denise Haley with her ID number. I'm a second year student nurse at Eddington Hospital, living out. On Wednesday, the 25th of November 2009, I was at the deceased mother's house, which is at this number at Kwamashu. I've been in a relationship with him for approximately a year, and I had been living with him, Sakile Prince Tabete, at his address at G187 Kwamashu for the past 6 months. On this day, the deceased came to fetch me from his mother's home at 9:30 and 10 hours. On that day, because I was not well, they gave me off at work at about 2:30 in the afternoon, 14 hours 30. I then contacted the deceased, and he arranged via his mother, Constance Tabete, and another friend of his to fetch me from work at about 14:30. From that time, 14:30, I was at his mother's home. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes to travel from his mother's house to our house. The house at C187 is a freestanding. It has a fence. It comprises 4 rooms and an extension of a bathroom. There is a diagram attached here too. At this stage, there was nobody in the house. It's just the two of us that live there. We entered the house, put the lights on, had a bath, had something to eat, then we got into bed. We got into the bed at around 22 hours 45. We were having general discussion, more so about how I felt, because he knew that they had let me out early that day. We fell off to sleep. At about 01 hours 15 in the morning of the 26th, that is Thursday, we were awakened by somebody kicking down the front lounge door. When the door was kicked in, the damage to the door related to where the lock was. No photograph was taken, but the lock was repaired and replaced. The repair to the door would have been done by the deceased elder brother by the name of Sihle and his friend. The distance from the lounge to the main bedroom is approximately 3 to 4 meters. By the time we really got up and acclimatized to what was happening, they were already at the main bedroom door. There were two male figures. There was one Indian male who was shorter than the white male. The main bedroom had been left open and they were at the door. Each room has one window. The outside light comes in via the lounge window, which has a lace curtain lighting up a part of the main bedroom. At that point, the white man then shouted, "Ntako." That's the nickname of the deceased. The deceased responded by saying, "Yes." The white male had a torch which he flashed on the two of us. The white person, Stoltz, then instructed the Indian male, Padayaki, who was carrying his large firearm, to shoot. The deceased was trying to protect me because I was naked by raising the duvet. At that stage, I was in the process of getting up in a position where I was seated with my feet on the ground, and at that stage, the first shot was fired and it struck him on his right arm. The distance between the shootist and the deceased would be approximately 1 to 2 meters. The deceased then shouted, "Do not shoot!" At this stage, I was still in the bedroom, but now out of the bed standing. I was on the right-hand side of the bed next to the dressing table. The white male came to me, pulled me by my hair, and took me out of the bedroom. I was now standing in the lounge at the entrance of the main bedroom, while the other two remained in the room. After the first shot, I don't know how many shots in fact were fired, because I just heard repeated sounds. After I was pulled at the back, the white male gave further instructions to the Indian male to fire shots. Other shots were then fired. As this was being done, the white male made a remark directed at the deceased, saying, "Die!" As he was being shot at, the deceased shouted out in Zulu, asking what he had done. At this stage, the deceased was still on the bed. The deceased at all stages never moved from the bed. Everything went silent, no further shots were fired. At this stage, I said nothing. I couldn't scream or shout because I was in a state of shock. When they saw that I was completely naked, they then asked me to get dressed. I then told them that I'm a nurse. May I go and check the deceased because maybe I could help him. At this stage, the white male that was there then threw a pistol on the right side of the bed on the pillow. Before I entered the main bedroom, that's when the two other males, the one black male and the other white male, had come into the lounge. The white male, Moster, then asked what happened here. The first white male then responded to the second white male by saying that the deceased had fired shots at them, and in retaliation thereof, they fired shots at him. I went to the left-hand side of the bed and held the deceased left hand, and I determined that he was dead. The white male called me out of the room and asked me where the deceased had got the gun from. I responded by telling him that the deceased had no gun and that I had seen the other white male throw the gun in the vicinity of the deceased. He threatened to say that he would arrest me if I'm telling lies. I told him I swear he didn't have a gun. We were fast asleep. The black male then said to me that I must not say things that I'm not sure of. I was then escorted out of the house. I was seated outside on the side of the house using one of the chairs from inside the house. The white male and the second white male and the Indian male was still in the house. The black male accompanied me outside. The second white male had them phone Kwamashu police station asking for backup, indicating that there was a shootout at the deceased home at G187 in Kwamashu. He then reported that one was deceased and several were injured, and then asked for paramedics and then hung up. The second white male then left their yard and returned with one accused. The second white male was then telling Ngaba, "Come look at your friend and see your friend." That's when they entered the house. I was still on the outside. Then came back out of the house with the accused. I learned that they had arrested 3 persons who were in a BMW, and the police brought one into the house. Shortly thereafter, 3 SAPS vehicles arrived. They were standing by the gate, which is a distance from where I was seated. The African male then came to me and said that I must go and sit in one of the police vehicles. This was at about 0200 hours to 02:15. We had gone to bed at 22 hours 45. The incident happened at 24 hours 45. Police and SAPS Kwamashu had come at around 2:15 in the morning, 02:15. The Indian male, together with another person that I had not seen, had exited the house before I could go to sit in the vehicle which they asked me to do. There were 2 vehicles. One was a Navy BMW and the other was a Quantum Kumbi. I then noticed that there were 2 other persons that were detained in the BMW. The second white male, Mostert, came to the Quantum where I was seated, and at the entrance then said to me, "Girl, I'm going to arrest you if you tell lies." White male number 2 then referred to another white male who had come there by the name of Charles. They then said that they need to go to Ntuzuma to write a statement. On the road next to the Quantum, they took photographs of 3 guns on the road. These guns being an AK-47, another small gun, looks like the one that was thrown next to the deceased, and another gun. The Indian male and the black male and somebody else now then left to Zoom. The black male was using a blue overall and was also holding a big gun. The African male had asked me again, whilst I'm in the Quantum, as to where the deceased got the gun from, and I had repeated that he had no gun. He said, "How sure am I that he did not have a gun?" I told him that I make the bed every day and that there was no gun there. We had just come home. We had a bath. I had gone into bed. I had got into bed, and he returned on the bed with me. I explained to him what happened, and it would have been impossible to get a gun because there was no time to do that. He left me and went back. While this was all happening, the first group of policemen from organized crime were all together near the Quantum where I was, whereas the SAPS from Ntuzuma, Kwamashu, were running up and down. The second white policeman, Moster, then came and started questioning me in the Quantum, asking me inter alia, my occupation, where I lived, my age, where the deceased got the money from, where I have seen the deceased with, whether I had seen the deceased with loads of money, if I have seen any suspicious in the house, our sex relationship. He was then making remarks to the effect that I was no more than a prostitute to the deceased. He advised me that the deceased had other girlfriend and referred to a Gloria Mtetwa, and she had directed them to the house. He then said she lived in a P section in Kwamashu, but I believed that that was a lie. The second white male, I did not know his name, but I was describing this incident to other people. They then told me that he must be Mostert, the inspector. I described him as being tall, big in size, huge tummy, thick legs, wearing shorts, boots, and soft denim shirt, light blue, and had 2 black cell phones. It appears that the Indian male who did the shooting was Parayaki, and the first white male, I could not get his name. I will be able to identify them. The first white male is medium built, in a hat and a black t-shirt and cargo pants. I managed to get the name of Parayaki. Whilst on the phone, they were repeating some serial numbers of firearms that were used at this incident. The Indian guy said he used 4 rounds. At this time, the mother of the deceased had arrived. The police had then already taken my cell phone with them. The person who had my cell phone with him was Charles. They saw a lot of people coming to the scene. I was then allowed to join their people. Before I could leave, there was a black female superintendent from Kwamashu police station who took my name and my details. To the best of my recollection, the first black male who came into the house with the second white male, he was wearing a black beanie, a black jacket, a long pants, and a gun that was hanging on him, a clipboard and a pen. He was writing. The black male number 2 was wearing an overall. He also had a gun, holding it in a ready position. Black man number 3 was wearing a camouflage jacket. He was standing on the left-hand side of the BMW that had other accused in it. The Indian male Parayaki, wearing a black t-shirt, grey overall pants. White male number 1 Stolz was wearing a cargo pants, black t-shirt, cap. White male number 2 was a big guy, Mostert, soft denim shorts, short denim shirts, short, and boots. White man number 3 was Charles, black t-shirt with the white print cargo pants. Then the members of the first unit, that's the organized crime, left. That's when the mother of the deceased was allowed into the house. When I returned into the house, I then noticed the change. When I had first seen the white male put the gun on the right side of the deceased on the pillow, I noticed that there was a blood stain of a gun on the left-hand side towards the midsection of the deceased. There was no stain on the pillow. The deceased mother spoke to an inspector, Ngcukaitobi. They waited until 0630 to 0700. That is when the body was then removed. I have also now learned that Inspector Stolz has opened a charge of attempted murder against the deceased. The statement is signed by Denise Ntobeko Haley on the 3rd of December 2009 at Phoenix at 11:50.
Yes.
It is commissioned by Shamila Williams.
Yes. Now, even in this case, there is an eyewitness not just to the shooting, because unlike the other lady, they didn't cover the face of this one. They just shot in her presence, and she could see the entire shooting.
That is correct, Chair.
But in addition to that, she witnessed them planting a firearm.
That is correct, Chair.
And the Advocate Batoyi and Advocate Harrison say there's no case here.
That is just beyond comprehension that when you have an eyewitness and this amount of evidence, you still say there is no evidence.
Now, I had not done all of the pictures, but perhaps you can use the bundle you have in front of you. Just go to 390. Yes, that same one. Just go to 390.
And there, Chairperson?
Yes, and specifically 392, photograph 11.
I'm there, Chairperson.
What can you see there?
You can see the body of the deceased lying on the bed
Yes,
with full of blood.
yes. Photograph 12.
Photograph 12 is a closer picture depicting some of the injuries as well as the blood on the bed.
Yes. And then photograph 13 at 393.
Photo 13 also depicts a closer picture of the torso of the deceased, together with the blood and the firearm placed on the left.
Yes.
How do you call this? Yeah, elbow.
Yes, I don't want to make jokes, but in Zulu, Indololwan, you know what happens with Indololwan?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, I'll tell you separately.
Yeah.
Benefit tap. Advocate Nkcukaitobi, not all of us know what is Ndololwana is.
No, it's just the elbow. Yes, anyway. Let me not say anything. It's enough to say in Zulu is called Indololwan. No, so
You can tell Council.
Absolutely not.
In Setswana, Advocate Maema, tell him. It's a khono, not so.
Yes, ke sekgono.
yes.
Yes, I see Madam, the journalist over there. She's in stitches.
Yes. No, she knows what I'm about to say, and she knows I must not say it.
I saw Junior Council also saying, don't say it. So maybe you shouldn't say it, Council.
No, absolutely not. And then photograph 14.
It is also a closer picture showing the blood that was already dried on the neck area of the deceased, together with an open wound on the cheek, just below the right ear.
Yes.
There is also another wound there on the chest.
Yes. And also similar pictures at 394, photograph 15 and 16.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. I mean, there's something about that photograph 15. You know, we spoke earlier about the impact of these high-velocity bullets, that they actually cause maximum damage because they spin and explode.
That is correct. They spin and explode on
Yes.
contact.
On contact, yes, they spin and explode. Yes. And this is why they create like these massive wounds.
That is correct.
Yes.
They create wounds as if it's a dagger, when it's actually just a bullet.
Yes. And this, I mean, what does that show in relation to someone who's trying to arrest?
It shows the lack of restraint and the use of maximum force
Yes.
when it's really not necessary.
Yes. Now, this revolver that is found here, what do we know about it, give from the evidence with its imperfections?
Well, we know that it cannot fire any shots. It is actually defective.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maema. Madam Chair, that closes the chapter on this particular scene. We have one more to go. Which is from paragraph 234
Of the statement.
of your statement, yes. And that is Peggy Temba, CAS 44/05/2010.
That is correct.
Affidavit, paragraph
234, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Page 1-60. Could you give us your narrative on this one?
Chairperson, it is contained in count 70 to 79 of the indictment. It concerns the killing of Musawinkosi Obri Ngobo, Tolisani Ellen Ngobo, and Simpiwe Sidney Shozi. The accused who were involved in this matter are listed on paragraph 235 on page 1-61. There were accused 6, Neville Eva, accused 7, Ajit Singh Ganesh, and accused 13, Rubendran Naidu. Chairperson, the narration starts on paragraph 236. On the 10th of May 2010, the deceased were found dead at their homestead in their room on their beds with gunshot wounds. Firearms were found next to each body. The police came to the deceased homestead looking for suspects likely involved in the killing of Captain Reddy during a hijacking incident. On inquiry by the police as to the whereabouts of the deceased, one of the family members pointed out the deceased room. Paragraph 238. According to the witness, Sibongiseni Ngobo, the police broke down the door of the deceased room and immediately started firing on the deceased who were asleep on their beds. Paragraph 239. The ballistic crime scene reconstruction report dispels the notion or version that the prosecution team was wrong to conclude that the aforementioned firearms were planted. Paragraph 240, I attach here 2 photos of the scene marked GSM 45.
Yes, those are at 1A/507.
Advocate, we are referred to page 1-60, and that's count 70 to 79. Am I correct?
Correct.
But count 70 to 79 refers to 1, 2, 3 people.
Yes, I think there are 3.
3 people, and the counts there, you've got 2 murders, count 71 and 72. And then the narration, does it
Chairperson?
mean that 236, paragraph 236, on 10th May 2010, the deceased were found, relates to the 3?
Yes, the people that were killed.
So they were found at the same time, at the same homestead,
Yes.
in one room.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's not one room. We'll see now in the photographs. I think 2 are in one room and the 3rd one is in a different room.
But it's in the same
But
homestead.
it's in the same house, yes.
Okay.
Chairperson, can I just indicate, I know Chairperson said I must wait for questions to be asked. It's house, 234.1, count 70, is housebreaking with intent to commit murder and murder. So it is 3 counts of murder.
Sorry,
Two-
breaking with the intent to commit
Murder. So the mistake is, it's not and murder.
Yeah, because
If,
there's only 2 murders on the counts.
yes, yes.
Okay.
So the third murder would be the one with the housebreaking.
Yes. So you are at 501A 507, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. So if we start with the photographs at 1A 508, photograph 5 and 6. Let's start with photograph 5. Page 1A 508. Yes. Yes. What can we see there, Advocate Maema?
We can see, maybe I should just say the bed and blankets.
And there is a protruding weapon there, it
There's
appears.
a protruding weapon there, protruding from underneath the bed, underneath the blanket.
Underneath the blanket, yes. Then we go to photograph 6.
Yes, Chair, I'm there.
Yes, what can you see there?
There we can see bodies of two individuals, the one in a yellow and the one in a white and grey striped with a blue that looks like an overall pant. And we also see on the bed what is depicted at sea, a fire.
Yes. And what's the position of those bodies there?
The bodies appear to be bodies of dead persons, people that are normal.
Yes. And then there's photograph 7 at 1A 509.
It shows a closer picture of the body in an orange t-shirt, as well as the firearm.
Yes. And if you look at where the blood is coming from in his head, where is it coming from?
The blood is coming from the left ear.
Yes. And then photograph 8. Now we see a third body there.
You see a third body in front of the sofa there, in a sort of unusual slumped position.
Yes. And that body is under B.
That body is under B, and you can see blood from the area next to the head as well as the right arm.
Yes. Now, then we get closer to that body at photograph 9, 1A 510.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. I mean, I'm not an expert in examining the age of people, but these look like just young boys.
That is correct, Chair.
And photograph 10 is also of the same, I would say, young man.
The same young man who's on photo 9.
And he is also just covered in blood.
It's covered in blood, yes.
Yes. And they seem to have moved him slightly at 1A 511, photograph 11.
That is correct. With a view to show the injuries that are
On the right shoulder.
yes.
And then the same body again at photograph 12.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And then there is also this body at photograph 13, 512. I initially thought it's in a separate bedroom, but it looks like they were all in the same bedroom.
All in the same bedroom.
Yes. But he is also facing down and is shot on the ear.
That is correct. Is with his front body facing facing the bed that he's found on.
But he also appears to be a young boy.
Also reasonably young.
Yes. And he appears again at photograph 14.
Sorry, Advocate Nkcukaitobi, if I may bother you a bit.
No, that's fine.
Please go back to photo 12.
Photo 12, yes.
Photo 12, it's the same young man at photo 9, 10, 11.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. We were at... No, we've done 12.
We had photo 13, 14.
Photo 13 and 14, yes, those are the photos. The first was just to get your comment on the position of the body in relation to this alleged attack against the police.
Chairperson, one can see that he's in a supine position on the bed, just lying on the bed.
Yes.
The arms are actually underneath the body itself, which is not close to an attacking position at all.
And the same we see at 14 is now, you can see also the extent of the blood having flown from his ears to his nose.
That is correct. When it flows like this, we call it oozing from the ear. Because you can see it flowing in volumes.
So, and then photograph 15, that appears to be the same young man, but they've now turned him around, they put him on his back.
On his back, that is correct.
That's 15. And 16 also shows that they shot him in the stomach as well.
Yes, that hand with the pointing finger there is showing an injury on
That
the
his
stomach.
intestines are actually coming out.
That is correct.
And that's the same as 1A514, photograph 17.
Photograph 17, that's where you see closer that the intestines are protruding from the body.
Yes. And we then go to a different body at 1A515, photograph 19. This is now the young man with a striped shirt
That is correct.
and showing his injury. The one is also on the left
Elbow,
side of the elbow.
on the left side of the elbow, that is correct.
Yes. And then at A1516, photograph 21, that also seems to have they've shot him also on either the same bullet entered from the front and exited on the back, or entered from the back and exited on the front, or they shot him twice.
I think the more likely is the first one, that a bullet would have entered the front and back. The front and exited on the other side.
Yes. And then there is a further bullet wound they're showing at photograph 22.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Which is closer, in photograph 22 and 23, that's now closer to the right shoulder.
That is correct. Instead of a shoulder like the doctors do, I'll say right chest.
Okay.
When you talk about shoulder, it's like you're talking about the back,
Oh, I see. You'd say this is more like the chest.
the chest area.
Yes. You know, I don't...
But when you look at 22, I see that the right arm, you see the oozing blood on the upper arm of that hand.
That is correct, Chair.
Oh, yes, yes,
So is council not correct?
yes. But it's more the shoulder rather than the chest.
Oh yes, because when you look at 23, one sees that lot of blood. Yes, I agree. I agree, Chairperson.
Yes. If you then go back to the one picture that shows all of these boys in the same place, which is photograph 8. Right. That seems to be a scene of a massacre.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah. And how do they justify just getting into the house and just
And just
killing?
maiming youngsters in this manner.
Yeah.
It is horrific.
Chair, thank you for the session. I think we've taken enough that the human spirit can take in a day.
Before you close, do we perhaps know the ages of these young men? Where would we find the information about them?
It looks like Mr. Ramokhale says that that information might be on BT 0029. I don't think we've seen the actual IDs, so it will be, they call them reputed ages. BT 0029. Okay, then there is one identification of body, which is B20027. So one of the boys was born in 1987. So I don't know at the time he was killed how old he was. He was killed in 2009. Then the next was born in 1985, which is at BT 0038. So that one was 25. And then the BT 0049 seems to be the third one, born in 1975. So he would have been 35 at the time. Yes, that's correct. So that's the best we can find. They call them reputed ages, but we don't have the actual IDs or birth certificates. So I think the police just estimate your age when they find you dead.
I suspect the postmortems will assist. Thanks.
Yes.
I agree, Chairperson. The post-mortem would shed much more light because the district's surgeons are very particular when it comes to the age of the deceased.
But we can take note that 2 of the deceased were fairly young.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. And we can collect a number of these ages. You know, there are others that were 15, 16, 17, 18. We can collect all of the ages of the people they killed.
I'm asking these questions because the police would obviously have a reason to hunt them down, and if they are young boys, then it raises questions. Why were they not apprehended and taken before a court instead of being slaughtered like this because they were still young? Chances are that whatever they were hunted for, it might be that they did not commit that crime.
Yes, Madam Maema. Although I think Mr. Maema will say that even if they did commit the crime, they must be sentenced properly through the criminal justice system.
I agree, Chairperson. It must be processed through the courts of this country.
As you correctly say, Advocate Nkcukaitobi, a human spirit can take only so much. I think that takes us to the end of our day. Advocate Maema.
I agree, Chairperson. It's been a long day.
It's time to adjourn and to reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Advocate Nkcukaitobi.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Advocate Maema, you are still under oath, and you will take the stand again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We adjourn.
That is correct, Chair.